everybody. Happy Friday. I didn't have to do this, but I guess I just wanted to do an early morning stream. I just want to make sure that we can get the case done today. They've been taking about a little over 6 hours for me to complete. I want to make sure that I'm able to get it done because I have a podcast to be on and I have to leave around 2:30, so we have exactly 6 hours. So, yeah, so we're here. I'm waking up, okay? Oh God. Hi. I guess for this game I can make myself a little bit bigger. Oh, hi. Good morning. I'm just kidding. Alright. Jeez. Okay. Give me a couple minutes, maybe like 5-10 minutes as I start the stream and get into this. I'll wake up. But I did just wake up. Oh my God. This is life this morning. Yes, we have to carry out Cosmo's will. Today, I become a lawyer. Well, I guess I don't know how long this is gonna be after episode trial 2. But I do know that no matter what, I will carry out Cosmo's will. I will become a lawyer. I will become the world's greatest lawyer. Yeah, that's right. Whoa, what? You binged like all of my playthroughs. Holy shit. I hope you had a good time. That's a lot of hours to binge. Damn. Yeah, I hope you had a good time. And good morning. I'm dying. Okay. Anyway, I have no time to waste. We are on episode 3, The Adventure of the Runaway Room, apparently. This is where we're at. And I don't even know if we're still gonna be with Mr. Herlock or not, but we'll see.
Glancing over my records of the late last century, I am faced by the events of a certain bitter winter. A murder in a carriage as it sped through dense London fog in the dead of night. Though the victim and the perpetrator were the only ones inside, there were multiple witnesses to the crime itself.
Oh.
However, none could have imagined at the time that such a seemingly obvious case as this would end in such a horrendous manner. My friend, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, once said of the incident, "I believe that perhaps that case was indeed the prelude. The beginning of a long concerto that impressive Japanese student and I were to play together."
Impressive Japanese Kazuma? Oh, we made it.
Amazing. Is this really just a railway station?
Railway station or not, I've never seen such an enormous building before.
Why does she have an English?
And look at all the
just realized
steam
that.
locomotives. This country is incredible.
Aww. I love the cloak too, it's really cute.
I feel like I'm dreaming.
So this is the capital of Great Britain.
So, where to?
Oh, hello.
Climb aboard. I'll take you wherever you want to go.
In that case, the Supreme Court in Whitehall, if you wouldn't mind.
My pleasure. I suppose you're visiting students from abroad, eh?
Yes.
Thought so. Well then, I hope you enjoy your stay. And welcome to the centre of the world, Great Britain's mighty capital, London.
We made it. Heck yeah. Oh. Where are we? British Supreme Court? The British Supreme Court just has a bunch of turning gears? What an incredible place. It's so imposing, it's almost suffocating. This place is breathtaking. It looks like a fortress. How is this a Supreme Court? I don't, it just looks... Doesn't really... This doesn't scream like Supreme Court to me. I'm confused. Yeah! Yeah! This kind of looks like the inside of Big Ben. Wait, is it? Wait, yeah, because it's like the big... It's a big clock tower. Are we like actually in the... This is weird. What? It's like a... Yeah, there's like books, so I thought it was initially a library. But it's also like a clock tower library, but with a big desk at the end that makes it... And then there's like... Whatever, this is such a weird scene. What? This is janked. There's some stone buildings like this in Japan now, of course. But they've only been built in the few short decades since we've opened our borders to the outside world. An authentic example like this has quite a different impact, wouldn't you agree? A far cry from the wood and paper most of our buildings are constructed from. It's certainly unfamiliar. I think there's more to the differences than just construction materials. What is this place again? This is the Lord Chief Justice Office Naruhodo-san in the Supreme Court of Great Britain. The Lord Chief Justice. We had instructions to report here this time. If circumstances were different, we were supposed to let the Lord Chief Justice know that we had arrived from Japan. But Kazuma can't... No. So instead we are here in a different capacity, as envoys to report the news of Kazuma-sama's death. And having delivered his or her message, an envoy's duty is done. So we'd have to return to Japan. Ew, we just got here. Why can't we like go on vacation or something? If we want to remain here in Great Britain, I have to take Kazuma's place as the law student selected for the study tour. Okay, yeah, we're not going back. Which means you need the requisite qualifications as a lawyer. Which is what I've been studying for. Here in Great Britain, it is the Lord Chief Justice who appoints lawyers. So that's the second reason why we're here. To have you officially recognized as a lawyer. It's the only way that we'll be able to remain here in London. I hope I'm up to scratch. Good morning, sorry for keeping you. Who dis? Who? Very commanding presence, holy shit. I trust you aren't too exhausted after your long voyage from Japan? That is the most British thing I've seen. Okay. It seems I'm 1 hour, 12 minutes and 47 seconds late. My apologies. Oh, no, don't mention it. We're never happier than when we're standing around with nothing much to do. How unfortunate. So introductions, I am Male Stronghart. Lord Chief Justice of the British Empire. Oh, that's this guy. Okay, he definitely looks the part. He looks very commanding. I feel like a little mouse under an elephant's foot. Come on, Mr. Naruhodo, don't be a mouse. Oh, it's an honor to meet you, Lord Chief Justice Stronghart. I am Ryunosuke Naruhodo from the Empire of Japan. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, welcome to London, the capital of our glorious British Empire. Oh, okay, we just immediately start like this. Okay, let's just convert with him. London. So, what are your impressions of our capital so far? How do you like London? Well, help. I've been so nervous ever since I got here that I can't remember a single thing about the city. It's simply splendid, isn't it, Mr. Naruto? Oh? We had a wonderful view of some of London's streets from the carriage on the way here from the station. Everything is so impressive and grand. I must say, I'm almost lost for words. I'm glad to hear that you like it. The city boasts tramways, piped water and gas, even cables supplying electricity. We spearhead every revolutionary new technology in the world. Every visitor to London is astounded. Oh, yes, astounded is the word. Thanks for saving me there, Sasada-san. And everyone seems so jolly and full of vigor. Yes, there's much excitement about the upcoming great exhibition we will be hosting here in London. Great exhibition? Culture and technological achievements from around the globe are to be exhibited here in our great city. It will be the greatest spectacle of its kind in history, and will be made Paris's World Fair look like a toy shop. Gosh, I can hardly imagine how magnificent it's gonna be. Great Britain's capital city is nothing but magnificent. London is the center of the modern world. Even if you do say so yourself. Someone's gotta be confident around here. The sun will never set on our great empire. Perhaps it is fate that in these progressive times we welcome visitors from the land of the rising sun. Sus. He's trying a little bit too hard to be the leader of the world, if you ask me, alright? Lord Chief Justice? I think you were expecting a student of law for this study tour, weren't you? Those words are pain. Absolutely. Ah, Mr. Kazuma Asagi, if my memory serves. That's right. The British government has already been telegraphed a full report on the situation. I understand the young man lost his life aboard the steamship bound for our shores. That's amazing. The news reached him before we even arrived. My country naturally extends its deepest condolences to yours. Oh, thank you. And you honored this appointment specifically to inform me of the news? Yes. We are here in the capacity of envoys for Japan to report the sad news in person. Ah, then tell me. You Japanese are a people of protocol and courtesy, and I see that it's true. And it is with some regret that I must inform you that the death of the young lawyer means this study tour arrangement can no longer proceed. If you would just hear us out, Lord Stronghart. What do you have to say, madam? It's about the study tour. Mr. Naruto here would like to make a proposal. Would he now? Well, Mr. Naruto. This is it then, the moment of truth. Continuing the study tour, this is where we become a law student. This is where we fulfill Kazuma's dreams and avenge his death. The thing is, Lord Stronghart, I was wondering if perhaps you would consider allowing the study tour to go ahead. Don't misunderstand me. Britain would ideally like to see the tour go ahead. But without a lawyer from your country, there's nothing to be done. Well, in that case, what if there was someone else? Another lawyer from Japan, I mean. Is there something I don't know? Only a single lawyer was invited to Great Britain from your country. And that was Mr. Asagi. At least, that is what I've been led to understand. The thing is, this really isn't going well at all. I just can't seem to find the right words to say to this man. Mr. Naruto! I could ruin things here if I'm not careful. What am I gonna say? If there is someone else here from Japan who could be described as a lawyer... Actually, there's no... What, they give you an option to chicken the fuck out? Why? Why? I'm not a fucking pussy! It's me, bitch! I'm the lawyer! It's me! I can do it! Oh, is that so? I mean, I don't actually have any qualifications as such, but... No qualifications, you say? And yet you still claim to be a lawyer. I've acted as a lawyer in court before. Only once, as it happens. And I had Cosmo to help me, and I was the accused. But glossing over the details... We're screwed. I've been spending every spare moment on the journey here to Great Britain studying. I've learned all about British law and court proceedings while I was on board the SS Berea. The voyage from Japan is some 50 days, I believe, not what you would call a full education. To become a qualified lawyer here in Japan, in Britain, this is not Japan, Britain, not only do you need a university degree in law, you must also complete several years of training. I realize it's far too short a period of time, but I can't just go back to Japan. Kazuma, Mr. Asagi's journey had only just begun. Coming here on this study tour was all he thought about. I have to carry on and do everything he planned to do. I know it must sound like I have an overly inflated opinion of myself, but I would do anything to prove that I have what it takes. Any test you care to set me. Just one chance, that's all I'm asking for. Please. 31 seconds. Sorry? Your opening statement there, Mr. Naruto. It was 31 seconds long. Not too brief, not too protracted. A perfectly judged appeal, I would say. Which is a skill that would stand you in a good stead as a lawyer. Oh, thanks. So, you're willing to put those words to trial, are you? Well, I'm all for entertainment. Huh? But let me ask you one thing first, sir. Yeah? You say you intend to do everything Mr. Asagi planned to do. Are you firmly set on that path? Does that mean I'm gonna die? I'm gonna be... They were trying to assassinate Kazuma for some reason. So if I set firmly on the path of whatever he was on, that means I'm putting myself, like, as a target. I'm gonna die. I'm scared. Well, yeah, that's my intention. I see. Am I imagining things? Or did his expression just alter a fraction there, all of a sudden? Very well. No, we don't get the headband. We don't deserve the headband. We don't deserve it. We have the sword, that's all we need. You have your wish, I'll give you a chance. A test to become a specially certified lawyer. Whether you pass or fail is entirely down to you. Really? What form will this test take? Tell me, Mr. Naruto, what do you consider the role of a lawyer to be? Yeah, exactly. We have to earn the headband. We have to earn it. We have to carry out his wishes, and then maybe at the end we earn it. But right now, we only deserve the sword. Nothing else. Defending people, of course. Well said. So, let's have you defend someone. Huh? Your timing is perfect, in fact. There's an apt trial about to begin later today. No advocate had been appointed for the defense as yet, so this will be welcome news. Today? Straight away? If you manage to secure a verdict of not guilty, you'll have passed my test. What could be simpler? How do I get myself into these situations? Could I ask what sort of trial it is, Lord Stronghart? Yes, good question. I remember. It's a murder trial. Oh, of course. Yeah, okay. It wouldn't be a trial without murder, right? An extremely simple case, I understand. You really can't lose. That's easy to say. But I should mention, just in case. If the defendant is found guilty, he will, of course, be sentenced to capital punishment. Capital punishment? He'll be put to death? Here in Great Britain, murderers are sent to the gallows without exception. Presumably, you read that much in your short C-based introduction to British law? We can't possibly agree to such a test. We would be toying with a man's life. That means that she doesn't have faith in me. Okay, bish. I'm a Lord Chief Justice and I've decided it's acceptable. But you can't just do that, can you? There's no need to overcomplicate this. All you have to do is ensure that you don't lose. So the defendant may live or die depending on how well I perform in court. If I lose, he'll be hanged. Mr. Naruto, you'll come to me claiming to be a lawyer. You've come to me. If you want me to take you seriously, you need to prove you're willing to do a lawyer's job. And you say you intend to see through the will of your compatriot, Mr. Asagi. I would like to understand just how far you're willing to go in order to make that happen. Fucking out. Just win the trial, idiot. He's testing my resolve. What's the matter? You've fallen silent. I'm sorry, but time is pressing. The trial begins shortly. I'll need an answer from you now. What's it to be? I don't have a choice. Do I agree to this absurd test? I'll do it. Alright then, if I have to give you a decision now, my answer is... I can't do it, I can't get the words out. 15 seconds. Your decision making needs work if you want to be a lawyer. That was too slow. I answered right away, bitch. Oh wait, but I didn't spit out the words. Come on. Game. So, it's as I suspected, is it? Sorry? You have noble intentions, but lack the resolve to see them through. The test is cancelled. Thank you for stopping by. Go and acquire your ticket for passage back to the east tomorrow. This conversation is over. Yes, Lord Stronghart. What are you, a pussy? No, stand up for yourself. What are you doing? Thank you for offering me a chance. Mr. Naruto. I'm sorry, Miss Sasato, but what could I do? It's all right, I understand. It's not an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances, but resolve has absolutely nothing to do with it. What are you trying to say, madam? I think what Miss Sasato means is that no matter how badly I'd like to be recognized as a lawyer and stay here in Great Britain, to risk another man's life by treating his one and only chance at a trial so trivially would be utterly unforgivable, and I feel exactly the same way. I'm sure the defendant won't see this trial as a test, as some kind of experiment. A lawyer may fight for his clients in court day after day, but for each one of those clients, the particular day that they stand in the dock may be the only chance that they have to fight to prove their innocence. No, I was wrong. I'm not qualified to do that job yet. I'm sorry for wasting your precious time, Lord Chief Justice. But Kazuma... Wait, Mr. Naruto. Do it for Kazuma! Was there something else? It's approximately 20 minutes by carriage to the Old Bailey from here. If you leave immediately, you should still be there in time. But I just said that I was quite serious in what I told you. The defendant in this case has literally no one to advocate for him. At this point, he can't hope to find someone to represent him. The trial will begin without a defense. And if that happens, there's only one possible outcome. He will receive the most severe sentence the judge can pass down. That's awful. But that is the truth. Why does it have to be like this? Please don't expect an answer to every question. The cold hard truth of the matter is that there is only one person now with a chance to save this man from a very miserable end. And that is you. I'm really his only hope. So, what do you say now, madam? What do you mean, Lord Stronghart? You said it wasn't an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances, and I agree. But in my estimation, it is purely and simply a matter of resolve. Our time is up here. I have a meeting to attend. I must leave in 2 minutes and 16 seconds. So, venture into our great city and enjoy yourselves. I'm going to literally a murder trial, and I have to be there in 20 minutes. How am I enjoying the city again? The Old Bailey. If we're gonna do this, Mr. Naruto, we must leave at once. Mrs. Oh, God. No, 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 no. From this position, I can perform a Sasato takedown in an instant. I know. Mr. Naruto, you heard Lord Stronghart. The trial starts imminently. If I need to throw you, I will. Okay, I get it. You know, you could just say, I think we should hurry to the courtroom. If you need to ask me anything, it had better wait until we're at the Old Bailey. I'm like scared for my fucking life. 9:45 a.m. Oh, thank goodness, we're in time. There's still 15 minutes until the trial begins. I never knew a horse-drawn carriage could go so fast. I thought my teeth were going to rattle loose. Did you hear what I said to the driver when we climbed aboard? No. Get to our destination in 5 minutes, driver, and there's a guinea in it for you. It's one of my favorite lines from the Sherlock Holmes stories, and it worked quite perfectly. I'm not sure why you're so pleased. I thought we were going to die, and we had to pay gold for the privilege. At least we arrived here before the trial started. Yes, I suppose there's that. Anyway, I don't understand it. The court clerk said the defendant should be here, but there's no sign of him at all. So this is the Old Bailey, even this room for defendants to wait in. It's grand. In is grand. Are you alright, Mr. Naruto? I'm feeling tense, that's all. This place gives me the same sense of foreboding that I remember from the Supreme Court in Japan. An oppressive air, almost as if the building itself is going to crush whoever is about to be sentenced. Feels like only yesterday that I was the only one about to be crushed. Whoever the man you're to defend is, I imagine he's feeling very alone at the moment. Top of the morning to you, madam, sir. Oh. What are yous doing following me here? Things are fair desperate, aren't they? Sorry? Would you look at those expressionless faces from the east? Are yous... we're from Japan, yes. Ah, Japan, is it right? Say no more. How much do yous need? No, we're just here because... No do we need to explain, fella. I've been there myself, so I have no place to go, nothing to eat, prepare a penny to your name in all wild and strange faraway land. Actually, we haven't found a place to stay yet, no. Tis grand, tis grand. Let me start by giving yous 1,000 guineas. Say nothing now. 1,000 guineas? Please, Mr. Sato, you don't have to shout. But 1,000 guineas is is enough to build an entire mansion in the most prestigious area of Tokyo. What? Tis nothing to me at all. I like to ensure I have sufficient funds to weather a rainy day, you see. I have enough wealth to buy the city of London 2 or 3 times over. Could that much rain even fall in one day? Even so, we couldn't possibly accept such a large sum of money. That hit me in the eye. Don't get me wrong, fella. I'm not giving it to you no strings attached. I'd be wanting you to do something for me. To be honest, it's a little embarrassing. The trial that's about to begin, you see, is for my good self here. I'll be in the dock. So now what I want you to do is come along with me and stand there beside me. Officially, you'd be my lawyer, but that's just a little detail now. What is happening? The thing is, don't worry about a thing. All you have to do is stand up there next to me. Nothing more. Otherwise, you see, the trial is gonna start without me having any kind of representation at all. So it was true. The Lord Chief Justice wasn't just making it all up. Why would the Lord Chief Justice... What? Why would he make it up? Use your brain. Also, why am I so dark? There we go. Lighting. Do I have it? I have it now. I'm terribly sorry to have to ask, but does that mean you're the defendant in this trial? I don't know what accent to give this guy. Like, I'm assuming he's British, but he talks like a... I don't know, like a New Yorker? I don't know. Like, I don't... That's weird. Bluster and blazes, so yous... Do yous not know who I am? Me, one of London's biggest names? No, sorry, we've only just arrived in the city. I see, I suppose it isn't altogether impossible. It'll just hide next to Hyde Park there in the center of London is another beautiful park. Sorry, a park? What? 'Tis called McGilded Park, full of blossoming flowers in the spring and singing birds and whatnot. I donated it to the city, so I did. Oh, God. An entire park in central London? Where do you get your fortune, sir? A city of smiles, that's my vision for London. I don't know how to talk to this guy. There's nothing Magnus McGilded wouldn't do for the city, and it's quite old people. Queer old people. That's amazing. I mean, really extraordinary. Now they've the gall to say I'm a good-for-nothing criminal. Me, Magnus McGilded! What is the matter with the London police, I ask you? No, sorry. Don't pass out. Mr. Naruhodo. Perhaps now would be a good time to introduce ourselves while the gentleman catches his breath. What a character. Mr. McGilded, the thing is, we're actually here in London to study British law. We're law students on a study tour from Japan, you see. So if you don't have a lawyer for the trial yet, and you'd be happy to put yourself in our hands, we'll do our best. What was I after saying, you daft EG? I'm giving you 1,000 guineas to stand up there next to me, haven't I? Well, yeah, but I wasn't really offering to just stand there next to you. Oh, I think I see what's going on here. I know what you're thinking. This character of a fellow claims to have more money than the Queen. But if that's true, why the blazes can't he hire the finest lawyer in all of England? Because he did it. That's the only explanation. Well, no. It is a little strange, to be honest. Why you don't have a lawyer, I mean? That would be the fault of the Reaper. Did he just say Reaper? The Grim Reaper of the Bailey, Lord Barrack von Zieks. He's the prosecutor. Prosecutor is the Grim Reaper? Mr. Van Zieks stands for the prosecution. They call the accused his sacrificial lambs. And to this day, In every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned. What? So it's reached a desperate situation where there's no one willing to stand in defense against the fella at all. You could say he's a living legend of the Old Bailey. Goodness. Lord Beric von Zieks. He must be an exceptionally talented prosecutor then. Talented isn't the word you're looking for, madam. It's cursed. Cursed? What on earth? The defendant is summoned and his counsel. Please make your way into the courtroom. The trial is about to begin. His counsel? That would be me. Oh, 'tis time. Well then, fella, don't let me down. I don't know anything about the case. You haven't even told me what happened. Until you showed your face here. I've made up my mind, so I had. I've decided I'd have to defend myself in there. How would that have worked? But then you made an appearance, a student of law, wouldn't you know? 'Tis no accident, I can assure you of that. 'Tis fate. So don't get cold feet now, please. Okay. I literally know nothing about the case or about this man who stands accused. In fact, the only thing I do know is that I can't just turn my back on him. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Confidence. The man has no one. He'll have to stand alone in that courtroom armed with nothing to defend himself. Something that Cosmo would never have allowed to happen. Counsel for the defense, what are you doing? If you're late for the start of the trial, you will lose your right to stand. I'll be right there. What is the case? What's happening then? My first trial in a British court. I hope you're watching over me, Cosmo, because I have no idea how I'm going to manage this. Yeah, I have no idea either. What the fuck? These are interesting characters. This is the highest court in Great Britain, the Old Bailey. The centuries of history in this place is palpable, isn't it? It's so different to the Supreme Court in Japan. It feels both imposing and serene at the same time. The atmosphere almost makes words redundant. Whatever the country, determining a person's guilt or innocence is always a solemn affair. May I say something, Mr. Naruto? Oh yeah, what? Your eyes look ready to pop out of your head again. Oh yeah, back to normal. I know, but I just can't help it. Is the prosecutor a vampire? In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are here today to determine the judge or innocence of Mr. Magnus McGilded. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is fully prepared. That must be the Reaper of the Bailey. The Reaper is a vampire. Right. He really does look fully prepared to dispatch his next poor victim to the underworld. Counsel for the defense. You appear to be Eastern. Do you speak English? Oh, yes, of course, sorry. He asked if the defense was ready, and I couldn't be further from ready if I tried. Those eyes please me. They shroud your fear, your doubt, your trepidation. They run wild, clinging to some phantom notion of courage. The quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb. A cold shiver just ran down my spine and all the way to the tips of my toes. Mr. McGilded. Yes, my lord. You stand accused of murder, a capital offense. You could be sent to the gallows if found guilty. Are you quite sure you wish to entrust your defense to this foreigner? As I've always said, my lord, 'tis a grand thing to give opportunities to the young. Even if the fella is a student from some little island off in the Far East. It is not the British way to ignore the dangers to yourself and give those less fortunate a fair chance. It's like to think that acts of chivalry to the great British Empire proud. Listen to Mr. McGilded, what a fine gentleman London has in him. Did you hear that he donated 5,000 pounds to the government the other day? Mother, please, maybe go and play in McGilded Park? Seems as though everyone in the public gallery is firmly behind Mr. McGilded. It's definitely welcome news, and he certainly has a way with words. I'm surprised he couldn't convince anyone to defend him. Eloquently put, Mr. McGilded, in most laudable sentiments. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm sure I need hardly remind you that you 6 members of the public have been selected for your impartiality. Are you ready to proceed? Yes, my lord, if the task is to send rotters to the gallows where they belong, I'm more than ready. At the manor, his lordship always says we should dispose of rubbish properly. Naturally, I agree. Any criminals here will soon be wishing they never set eyes on me. Oh, she doesn't even talk. And he's drinking? What the fuck? Horseshoe stash? Okay. I feel it, too.
Oh, don't mind me, my dears. I'll just be getting on with my knitting. Must finish these mitts for my grandson.
Mr. Naruto, those people are the jury. Yes, there's something we don't have in Japan yet. Quite right. I've only read about it. Here in Great Britain, the court's final verdict depends on the opinions of these 6 jurors. The judge passes sentence according to the law, but the jurors determine guilt based on common sense. So the defendant is ultimately judged from 2 completely different points of view. How exactly do the jurors give the verdict? That I don't know, but I'm sure it will become clear as the trial progresses. Yeah. Prosecutor Von Zieks. It's been a number of years since we've seen you here in the courtroom. I thought you'd renounced your fame. I am known as the Reaper of the Bailey, my lord. Infamy rather than fame, I would say. But yes, 5 years have passed since I last spread my wings in this capacity. So, what brings you back? Is there some change of circumstance of which the court should be aware? I leave that to your imagination, my lord. So the Reaper has been out of action for 5 years. Why did he have to choose today of all days to make a comeback? Don't lose heart, Mr. Naruto. You know what that tells me? That tells me that Mr. Knockoff Dracula is rusty, and I can take him because he hasn't been doing this for 5 years. He's rusty as fuck. I can take him. You're going down, Dracula wannabe. That's his name now. Now then, the opening statements, I think, a summary of the case, if you please. Certainly, my lord. As your lordship is aware, there is a case of overwhelming simplicity. Must be the only ones in here who aren't aware. The incident took place in the late evening, 3 days past. The hour was some minutes after 10. The victim was a maker of building bricks, known as the community as the thrice fittered mason. I like his hat. Sorry, thrice? He was a very accomplished craftsman. The bricks he fired was said to be almost indestructible. The victim's corpse was discovered in an omnibus in service on the streets of London at the time. A dagger that had been thrust into the victim's abdomen is believed to be the ultimate cause of death. Here is the autopsy report from the investigating medical officer at Scotland Yard. Thank you, counsel. I shall accept that and the photograph as evidence. As a result, the sickle stab wound to the abdomen. Okay. And one further item of evidence. The prosecution wishes to submit these as well. And these are... Good lord! Is that blood, counsel? Yes, my lord. Seized by a policeman who arrived at the scene. These gore-soaked gloves were taken from the hands of the accused when he was arrested. What? Mr. McGilded gloves had blood on them. Doesn't look good. I will accept these as evidence as well. Okay. How did I get into this? I'm backed into a corner before I've even started. Continuing. According to the driver of the omnibus, there was only 2 passengers traveling inside his vehicle at the time. Only 2? Obviously, one of those passengers was the deceased brickmaker, Mr. Mason. The other was the accused, Magnus McGilded. Well, rather damning circumstances, to say the least. Defendant, what say you? Well, of course, I have no recollection of such a thing. Mr. McGilded. To be sure, I rode the omnibus that evening. But whenever I'm in a carriage, I'm taken with a fierce tiredness and I always succumb to it. Are you claiming to have been asleep? 'Tis the motion of the carriage, my lord. Lilton, so it is, and when I opened my eyes again, 'twas a desperate sight before me, the body of a man I never laid eyes on before in my life. Now I ask yous, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fella bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about my gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. I just woke up. Sorry, my voice is still not there. So the blood got onto the gloves, and then after the man had been killed. Unfortunately. That statement of the driver's is only the beginning. What? That's not all of it? There were multiple witnesses to the precise moment at which the brickmaker was fatally stabbed. Oh, fierce typing. Fierce typing. Holy shit. Fierce typewriting. Order! When the killing took place, only the victim and the accused were inside the carriage, and there were witnesses to the crime. This is not just a case of compelling evidence. It's the nail in the coffin for the accused. Thank you, counsel. The circumstances of the crime have been made quite clear. I think we will hear testimony from these witnesses first of all. Your wish is my command. Bailiff, bring the witnesses in at once. This game is so interesting. Witnesses, your name and occupation. My name is, well, everyone calls me Beppo. I drive an omnibus in the East End. Bruce Fairplay. I'm a banker in the city. My name's First. Lady First. I make hats for gents. I hate this game. I hate this game so much. Let's begin by confirming the facts. 3 days ago, at a short time after 10 o'clock in the evening, all of you present in the stand were in an omnibus and witness to the aforementioned incident. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Quite right.
Yes, sir. That's right, sir.
Very well then, let's proceed to your formal testimonies, please. Each of you will tell the court precisely what you saw. What the witness saw.
It was late last bus of the evening, so I had few customers, and I remember it well.
The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus. Then, out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts.
Oh, that's right. He stabbed him. He screamed, I did. I screamed, I did. Couldn't help it. As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus, and then I saw it too.
Unambiguous testimony, I would say. Exactly, my lord. These men witnessed the incident in the omnibus with their own eyes. I'd like to ask a question, if I may. Well, this testimony makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever. Why not? The incident took place inside a moving carriage, didn't it? As has been clearly stated from the outset, yes. In that case, how could those two witnesses possibly have seen what happened? There's no way they could have seen the inside of a moving carriage. That's what I was wondering too. I guess we do need to point out the obvious. This is very weird. We're not like a stationary carriage. This is moving like a fucking car. How quaint. I'd read that civilization in the Eastern Island nations was a good century behind our own. But you're here in London yourself. Are you really so ignorant about our omnibuses? Huh? Tell me, my Nipponese friend. Have you ever traveled in an omnibus? Well, no. We only arrived in London this morning. No matter. I've arranged for us all to see for ourselves. The actual scene of the crime, that is. What do you mean? The actual scene? How? A carriage is designed to be moved, after all. Presumably, you understand that much? Yeah? The omnibus in which this bloody crime took place is here today in this very building. Here. The entire carriage? Bailiff! Bring forth the stricken omnibus. I like how he has two modes of pointing. He has this, and then he has like the casual, like this. You have like casual, and then you have like them. That's great. I like it. That's the omnibus. The omnibus. Can't believe they could bring something so enormous in here. Great Britain's courtrooms are amazing. As you can see, the omnibus is pulled by 2 horses and can carry up to 8 passengers. Four passengers seated inside in the enclosed cabin, and only another 4 on top of deck above. Every Londoner knows that the best views of the city architecture and sights are to be had from the top of an omnibus. Max, I love you! Yes. Casual point, confident point. Either way, Van Zieks is kind of hot and I hate it. I should point out to our foreign guests. There is a skylight in the roof, allowing a view of the interior from the seat above. A skylight. Oh! The penny drops at last, I see. These 2 gentlemen were occupying the rooftop seats on this omnibus when the murder took place. That is how they came to witness the grim incident.
through the skylight. That makes perfect sense. Well, counsel, this is a first. In all my years behind the bench, I've never experienced the crime scene itself being brought into the courtroom. There are a number of important clues remaining inside the carriage, my lord. I would like to submit the omnibus itself as evidence. I would like to this is the prosecution's wish. I see no reason why not. This omnibus is hereby formally accepted as evidence. There's a lot to look at. I can't believe it. The entire crime scene entered as evidence. Great Britain is simply extraordinary. Okay, stop simping over Great Britain, for fuck's sake. This is a murder trial. Get your act together. She's supposed to be my assistant? Some assistant she is. Boxy, thank you so much for the gifting and sub to the community. I really appreciate it. Oh, Hal, you're with me? Okay, good. I'm glad I'm not the only one. Van Zieks is kind of attractive, but we don't talk about him. I can help myself a lot by giving that omnibus a thorough examination, seeing as it's here. Let us continue with proceedings then. Your cross-examination, counsel. Pray, don't expect this nipple-knee straight to understand the intricacies of a British court's cross-examination rights. Deep breath. All right, my first cross-examination in a British court. Here we go, chat. Focus, Ryunosuke. Focus, Crystal. Focus. I got this. What the witnesses saw. The last bus of the evening, so I had few customers. I remember it well. Oh, I need to actually, like, look at... Okay, we haven't examined jack shit yet. Oh, why do we have Kazuma's armband? The lawyer's name is embroidered on the inside. Kazuma Asagi, that was his band. He had his heart set on the study tour in Great Britain. I'm sure he would have found the truth he longed for here. I have such a strong sense of his hopes and dreams when I look at this armband, though. These are the scales of justice. That's a symbol of the defense, aren't they? Scales are a symbol of fairness to show that all are treated equally in the eyes of the law. And they're a warning to those who enter the courtroom without an impartial mind. They're the mark of the defense. It would be more auspicious if they were weighing more heavily on the not guilty side, I think. Very impartial, I'm sure. Okay. Autopsy report. Thrice fired Mason. 54 brickmaker. Time 15th of February in between 10 and 11 p.m. Stabbed once in the abdomen with a knife whilst journeying in an omnibus. Died to the internal hemorrhaging resulting from the trauma. Okay. He's missing a button. Where's your button? How did you lose a button, sir? He looks very not put together. I don't know. Also, why does it look like he's missing an eyeball? Does it not look like that? Like, look at this eye. It's wide open and you just see a black socket. Did somebody take his eyeball? What the fuck? Am I seeing that wrong? You can, please tell me I'm not the only one that sees that. His eyeball is just gone. It's not a shadow. His eye is clearly open. All right?
It's an eyeball. Somebody took it. You can't convince me otherwise. Definitely blood, isn't it? Not the most pleasant sight to be confronted with on our first day in London. Nothing will come of grumbling now. By the way, is Mr. McGilded right-handed? I believe so. He was toying with the coin in his right hand a little earlier. If only he'd been left-handed. I think blood on either glove would be fairly incriminating, really. Wouldn't that be awkward? No? That would be kind of awkward. With the way that he's sitting in the seat and, like... his left hand would be... I guess if he was sitting across from him, it wouldn't be awkward. But still. Is there something in the back? Just, Holy shit, there is a lot to look at. Oh my god. We are looking at an entire fucking carriage. Omnibus, whatever the fuck they call it. Oh my god. Where do I even start? We're going inside. Okay. So that's the leftover. Oh, sorry. I didn't click on anything. What is This seat has a handle. What the fuck is in here? Looks like all sorts of equipment that might be needed to keep the omnibus running. Feeding tubs, tools to repair wheels, blankets, horseshoeing tools. So it's a storage compartment for the coachman to keep his things, it seems. Doesn't seem to be any passengers for their to stow their luggage, that's for sure. I don't imagine it would be very convenient for that purpose anyway. Oh, okay. We don't look at the equipment separately. That's a poster for the great exhibition that's due to start 6 months from now. There's a lot of focus being drawn to the Crystal Tower, the centerpiece of the whole exposition. Crystal Tower, it's under construction already, I believe. People all over London must be fizzing with excitement at the prospect of such a grand event. I feel like we're not supposed to see anything else in here. And then this is where people can see. It's quite a large skylight, isn't it? Quite large enough to afford a good view into this cabin from the roof deck. And there doesn't appear to be a handle or catch of any description. So I suppose it can't be helped from the inside of the cabin at least. There's nothing broken on the inside. Aw. So here was my running theory, is that instead of this happening within the car, and Mr. McGilded stabbing, I was thinking maybe an assassin did it. Like someone from the outside, but this is entirely enclosed. I was thinking what if, who said it was a stabbing? What if a professional assassin just threw the dagger through the window or something? What if the window was open at the time and somebody just went phew, right in the abdomen? It wasn't from the it wasn't from the inside, it was from the outside. Pew pew! I mean, who are we to say that maybe they didn't close these windows after? What if the windows were open? I don't know. Am I really not finding any piece of evidence in here? Really? I thought I would find something. That's blood that soaked into the seat, the victim, obviously. That seat would be clearly visible from the roof deck. Would you really stab somebody in full view of the other passengers like that, I wonder? It was after dark and there was a lamp on in here, so perhaps the culprit couldn't see anything outside through the skylight. Whichever way you look at it, it doesn't seem like it was a planned attack. Oh, that's the same poster on both sides. I'm very upset that I'm not finding anything right now. Nothing? These are just like the normal carriage things? What the fuck? What the fuck, man? We're not finding anything. I want to cry. Really? There's still a latch. What if the person was like really, I don't know, what if they climbed through this through the roof? Maybe that's what happened. It was one of the two people that were at the top. I don't know. Someone teleported a knife. Yeah. You know what? I think that's what it is. Oh, God. I found nothing. God, that's annoying. That's annoying. Okay, you had a few customers. I remember it well. The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus. Wait, next to each other? Not across from each other? If he died on the left side... and you're left-handed. What? That makes no sense. Then out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife. But like, that would require his right hand. He stabbed him. I screamed. I couldn't help it. As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus and then I saw it too. Okay, so it's here. So, this one or this one? If they were sat next to each other, I'm gonna. Oh wait, we can press. Oh God, I forgot about pressing. I should press all this shit. I'm stupid. I think it was sometime after 10, wasn't it? Ever so cold it was, freezing in fact. And you had 4 passengers on board at the time, is that correct? That's right, sir. Not all traveling at the same time. Parts of the bus, of course, no. There were no other passengers when the incident took place. No one alighted, for example. You're quite right with that, sir. No other passengers like that? No, no one. So nobody fled the scene of the crime. I have to say, the boss insists on it running, he does, every evening, the last bus of the day. I do wonder sometimes if it's altogether worthwhile. Sorry to say. What do you mean by that? With it being so cold and everything and only making 20 pence on the run, you see. I spent that much at the pub on the way home, just trying to warm up again.
Hold it!
So they were sitting next to each other? You saw them through the skylight of the roof of the carriage. When you sit up on the top deck, the window's right there at your feet. There was a lamp on the inside, so I had a pretty good view. So he was. The two of them were wearing hats, and I couldn't exactly make out the faces. Oh, those are his gloves, not my gloves. Oh God, I got it mixed up. There's not a shred of doubt in my mind that it was Mr. McGilded. How can you be so sure? Well, how can I put it politely? Mr. McGilded is a gentleman of rather small structure. I couldn't have mistaken him for anyone else. Let's not forget that when the vehicle came to a halt, the only people inside the enclosed cabin were the deceased Mr. Mason and Mr. McGilded. There is no room for doubt here. I really wish there was. I'm trying. Out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts.
Hold it!
You actually saw the exact moment it happened? Didn't I already testify to that? Oh, are you fair, dinkum? Hard-working city bankers not considered trustworthy these days? Getting real defensive. This is no good. I've really got his back up. Perhaps you could just tell us what you saw in a little more detail. My lord. Just spinning a knife in court, okay. Juror number 3, what's the meaning of this?
My mind is made up, my lord. Completely and utterly made up. Made up about what? I don't like the stinking rich. Never have. They're always up to something or other than that they shouldn't be. Every one of them. And that little leprechaun of a man is no exception. Well, he can't fool me. There's no point in wasting time listening to any more of this. That's my opinion on the matter anyway.
That is precisely what I was about to say. As the foreman of the jury, it's my duty to set a good example to my fellow jurors.
What is happening here? Let me see.
It seems that how the members of the jury give their verdicts. With fire? Apparently, yeah. White for innocent, black for guilty. As the 6 members of the jury make up their minds about the case, one by one they each cast a ball of fire into the great scales of justice, as we saw a moment ago. If those enormous scales fall completely on the black side, does that mean... Let's do our very best to make sure that that doesn't happen. Now I'm even more worried than I was before. The court acknowledges the change in the jury's stance. Counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination. This is a nightmare.
That's right. He stabbed him. I screamed, I did. Couldn't help it. As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus. And then I saw it too.
Let's see what they say after. So when it happened, the only 2 people in the enclosed cabin were the victim and the defendant. And so help me, 3 whole people witnessed the man I'm trying to defend do the deed.
I don't like to be pessimistic, but we do seem to be in a rather difficult situation.
No shit. I didn't get that. What am I supposed to do here? To think here? Is Mr. McGilded really innocent? Or could be, I don't know. Before we jump to conclusions, our first task should be to gather information. We need to understand the case much better than we do at the moment. Let's listen to those witness statements again, a little bit more carefully. I'm trying. We have to press the other 2 though.
Hold it!
He stabbed him, you say, and you were sitting up on the roof deck, were you?
Yes, that's right, sir. I was up on the roof seats. I remember seeing the little gent sitting next to the fellow that was stabbed. I'd been thinking about a new hat design, you see, so I was just gazing absent-mindedly around. But then it happened. Then I happened to look down through the skylight. And it was sticking right out from its belly. That huge, great knife.
A grim sight indeed. That didn't help me at all. The jury looks like they're even more convinced my client did it than they were before. Mr. First.
Hey, yes, sir.
Is this the knife you saw?
Oh, good grief. Yes, that's it. That's the very one, sir.
Is that... Yes, Counsel. This is the blade that was driven into the victim's belly like a stake through the heart. Says the vampire. That is a blade of considerable size, Counsel. It is, and furthermore, the scabbard is emblazoned prominently with a certain initial. The letter M, which seems oddly familiar. Please no. M for Magnus, perhaps, or McGilded, possibly. Take your pick. Seems this particular big name in London made a magnificent mistake.
Objection!
But there are M's everywhere. Yeah, like in Mason. Oh.
Objection!
Oh. Wait, his objection is a lot hotter than my objection, and I'm kind of offended by that. What? This blade is far too extravagant for a poor brickmaker to have owned. No, this weapon of murder almost certainly belongs to the accused. Not conclusive, but certainly compelling, Counsel. The murder weapon has been entered into the court record.
My lord, if you'll forgive the interruption. Mr. McGilded is a pillar of society and a gentleman, and a gentleman's word should be sacrosanct. However, those of us in service know we must accept hard truths.
What are you about to do?
Dispose of the rubbish. I don't wish to cause offense, but I do like to eradicate all traces of filth and grime. I've painstakingly typed every word outed here today and cross-referenced all the facts. As such, I am now in a position to draw the only logical conclusion.
Not again.
That's 4 out of the 6 jury members who proposed a guilty verdict. There are only 2 left.
We've had it. Every time I press these witnesses for more information, I just make the situation worse. Oh, I didn't know that there was actually a punishment. Oh, I didn't know that. What we need more than anything at the moment is more information. We're still very much in the dark. But apparently that's bad. I'll just have to keep pressing the witnesses, knowing that more sparks may well fly. We mustn't give up hope that we will uncover something that will give us a way to fight back. All right, I'll keep trying. I can't give up. I didn't know that there was going to be a punishment for them. I just need to keep calm and listen to the witnesses' statements again. But I have one more to press, and now I feel like I can't press them. So, we got the murder weapon. That's at least progress of some sort. Could this not be a W? Like, they're saying this is an M. Why is this an M? Couldn't this be a W, or am I just fucking stupid? It's a W. I don't care. I don't care what the game tells me. Beautifully gilded, too. It must be very valuable, I should think. What is it? Look at this M. If you turn it upside down, it becomes a W. Oh. Game caught my drift. Thank you. A W? Yeah, this is one of those, you know, turnabout cases. I'm sure of it. I'm afraid I don't know at all, but what I am sure is that this is an M. That idea was quickly quashed. Fuck! That part is the sheath, isn't it? Are you all right, Mr. Naruto? Oh, sorry. Yeah, I just don't really like blades. They don't seem like the words of a man with a large katana slung from his waist. That's not a blade, that's Kazuma's soul. Anyway, there's no sense in delaying it. Let's see what the blade looks like. That looks like a lot of blood. It surely is blood, the victim's. An Englishman's blood looks a lot like a Japanese man's blood. Did you think it would? What the fuck? What the fuck? I'm finding it a little hard to adjust. Blood's just built different. I am still nowhere. Rinosuke's blood is built different. I wonder if there's like something extra else. I don't know. There's really nothing else to say. Just a blood with dagger on. Okay. Blood with dagger on it. Okay, a dagger with blood. Shut up. Anyway, I know how to talk, I promise. What the fuck? We're not getting anywhere. I keep hoping I'm gonna find something and then I just don't. Wait, why am I back here? Oh. I'm confused. Okay. I have to press him.
Hold it!
I don't. What exactly did you see?
Well, sir, there would be the passenger, sir. He collapsed on the floor.
On the floor? And by the passenger, obviously, you were referring to the victim, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker?
And then the other passenger had that knife in his hand like this.
By the other passenger, obviously, you are referring to the accused, Mr. Magnus McGilded?
And then he plunged it down like this. That's his...
Okay.
Stabbing the other passenger in the belly.
Ooh. Now we're getting somewhere. Oh, fuck. Did I actually fuck this up by pressing everybody? Oh, God. As the master of the London Guild of Coachmen, the idea of murder being committed in one of the city's carriages is utterly abhorrent. It wouldn't be right to make a decision before hearing all the facts, though, I said to myself. I've heard enough. Oh, God. Keep an open mind a little longer. G up now, Silver Blaze. The finish is in sight. Beppo is a long-standing member of the guild, and I trust what the man says.
Oh, thank you, sir. You're too kind, sir.
Five jurors agreed to condemn this man.
But not the old lady. The old lady, she's still on my side. Madam, juror number 6. Yes, dear. What can I do you for? I have heard the testimonies of the witnesses in the stand. Oh, yes, I certainly have. Still got my hearing, you know. Right, Del, why are you yet to pronounce your leading? Well, there, the thing is, I'm a creature of habit, me. I always go to the park at around this time of day and sit on a nice bench and get on with my knitting. There's a lovely little park just near where I live. McGilded Park, it's called. The gentleman donated it to the city, you know. To put a smile on Londoners' faces, he said. I can't imagine such a fine young gentleman would have it in him to take another man's life. Granny! We stand Granny. Granny best character. He's doing wonderful things for the city. A man like that wouldn't stab someone, surely. Mother, may we go to the McGilded public later and borrow some more books? How many Londoners live with their heads in the clouds? Do you people not know? What kind of man Magnus McGilded really is? What kind of man is he? The philanthropist, Magnus McGilded, has enough wealth to purchase the entire city he claims to value so highly. Where did all the wealth come from? Your client is a Shylock, sir, and one with the very darkest of souls. Stone the crows. McGilded lends money at extortionate rates of interest, so his victims have no hope of repaying him. When they default, he takes possession of everything they own. He is a vulture that preys on the weak. I've never heard any mention of that before. Van Zieks is a bitch. Look at him convincing Granny like this. Granny, don't give in. Please, Granny. Your faculties have deserted you, I'm sure, madam. So has this thought not crossed your mind? Would a man wealthy enough to build London in its entirety not have a carriage of his own? Oh shit. Wait, don't make good points like that. Stop, stop. Someone stop this man. He's a bitch. He's a hot bitch. What possible reason could this man have had to make use of a public omnibus service? You're not saying that the victim, a poor brickmaker, had next to nothing to his name save considerable financial liability. Thank you, GeForce, for the 8 months. I appreciate it. It will come at no surprise that his creditor was the accused Magnus McGilded. But let it also be known that the very day Mr. Mason was killed was the very repayment date for his debts. Why does this keep getting worse? It keeps getting worse. Can we stop? Can we, like, is there a leave button? Goodness gracious. The brickmaker was destitute. He had lost his house. He had not a shilling with which to repay his debt. And in the end, this pitiful soul had the very last, the thing he owned taken from him, his life. By the merciless philanthropist pretender, Magnus McGilded. I don't believe it. If I might add something briefly, Mrs. Otto? You claim that the victim had been lent money by Mr. McGilded, but where is the evidence to support your claim? What? Okay. Aha! There it is! Lord Von Zieks' hollowed chalice. How can this be considered acceptable? but I find myself in an unexpectedly good humor. I had heard ladies from the Far East could show great courage, but I didn't expect to experience it myself. As a judicial assistant to the defense, I am simply doing my job. What a pity that your display of courage is in vain. This is the debtor's ledger, which details all monies loaned by the accused. You will find the victim's name clearly recorded inside. Allow me to present this ledger as evidence. And pray, forgive the discourtesy of raising my chalice and a toast to the enigmatic East at the same time. A marvelous toast, Counsel. I will gladly accept this new evidence. Ah yes, 20 guineas. The victim owed a considerable sum. And the accused made quite certain he had ample recompense. No, Granny, no! Well, it would seem I've had the wool pulled over my eyes. Oh! Granny, no! Granny! Regrettably, madam, that is the modus operandi of the accused. And it's such a pretty little park, too. What a scoundrel. Still, maybe it's all for the best. Well, wait a minute. Let's think about this a little bit more. I don't stand for nonsense. Did we already get a game of it? I'm so confused. According to this encyclopedia of British law, when all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. And that's what it says here. Ah, the final verdict. It's over then. Oh. There's a footnote though. Oh. However, the defense... All 6 members of the jury are now in agreement in this case. Allow me to convey my respect for your swift and righteous decision. According to the laws of this country, I will now conclude the trial. By delivering my final verdict, I trust there is no obligation. Objection, rather. The words are hard. Mrs. Sato, just tell me one thing. You were in the middle of saying something before. The footnote in your Encyclopedia of British Law. However, the defense. What did it say next? When all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. The footnote says, however, the defense has the right to demand a summation examination of the jurors at this point. A summation examination.
Objection!
A summation examination. From which century has that tome you have there been resurrected? Judging by the binding, I would say the book is at least 50 years old. Any modern text on British law wouldn't even give such an antiquated procedure a mention. It's a relic long forgotten, certainly no longer practiced. So you're out of luck. What even is it, Mrs. Sato? This so-called summation examination. One moment and I'll read about it. She's a fast one. You would demand the right to a procedure before you even understand what it entails? Oof, typical nipple knee. Alright, Mr. Naruto. I think I understand. It seems that under this procedure, we would be able to appeal the members of the jury. To do what exactly? Appeal to them to change their leaning and reverse their decisions. And it says here that if successful, the proceedings on the trial must be resumed. Make them reverse their decisions. In times gone by, barristers would use a summation examination to attempt to influence the jury's decision. But that procedure became something of a formality, with no practical benefit, really. So it rather fell out of use. I wonder why. Because it was devoid of purpose. Changing just one member of the jury's mind would be hard enough, let alone several. No self-respecting defense barrister would even assert his right to try in this day and age. Still, I don't see any mention of the procedure actually being formally revoked. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that, although it may be antiquated and largely forgotten, it isn't yet extinct. What do you think, Mr. Naruto? A summation examination. Our last possible option. Do we assert our right to carry it out or admit defeat? Why would we forget it? What the fuck? The defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination, my lord.
Objection!
Thank you, Aminios, for the 2-month resub. I really appreciate it. London is the capital city of the most powerful nation on Earth. We have a duty to the world to exemplify the very highest standards of judicial procedure. Summation examinations are an embarrassment that should remain buried.
Objection!
But if it's our right, it's our right. I believe it could prove vital in this trial. The defense's petition is perfectly valid. The court will proceed with the summation examination. This is madness. Foreman, are you and the remainder of the jury ready? I'm not, there was no mention of this in the letter I received, you see, so... All members of the jury will be asked to explain on what grounds they have reached their decision. On what grounds? You must all justify your decisions and explain why you believed the defendant to be guilty. Well, my lord, you're rather putting us on the spot. This is most irregular. No mention was made of this before. I don't really hold with all this justifying lark. And she says nothing. It seems to have thrown the jurors off. Seems none of them have experienced this before. All right then, the summation examination. A defense procedure no practicing lawyer has attempted for years, is it? Maybe, just maybe, it might be the opportunity we're looking for to turn this trial around. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court hereby calls upon you to stand the grounds on which you find the defendant Magnus McGilded guilty of this most serious crime. They're so baseless. All these jurors are like, he's rich, so he did it. Like, bruh, I'm gonna call you out on your shit. Hold on, before I listen to this dumb fuck. This portfolio must contain all sorts of secrets of London's gentry. Oh dear, do you really think we ought to look inside? Well, it's not as though we know of any of London's gentry personally, is it? Apart from our great detective friend, perhaps. Oh god. Actually, I wonder. I assure you we will not find Mr. Sholm's name inside. What the fuck? It's crammed full of gentlemen's names, isn't it? I suppose they're probably not all gentlemen at all, are they? After all, not everyone in this country is well off. Ah, goodness. Look at this. Do you see the name here? Bruce Fairplay. Should that mean something to me? It sounds strangely familiar, actually.
Bruce Fairplay, the witness testifying at this very moment. Oh yeah, of course, the banker. Why is his name in here? He borrowed 20 guineas, did he? And look, the repayment date is fast approaching. It's possible that this is just coincidence, of course, but this could be very useful information. Ooh. Got him. Okay, we have something to go on. All right, let's go. All right, I got a little fire in my belly again. All right, let's go. There was no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it has to have been him. I trust the driver. He has an excellent memory, it seems. 4 passengers with fares totaling 20 pence. He stuck the chap next to him just like this. Brazen, I must say. Absolutely brazen. I simply typed and collated all the statements made thus far and drawn the logical conclusion. You can trust the guild. Fares is our motto. We haven't raised prices over 4 pence for years. Above 4 pence for years.
The scoundrel stabbing that poor man on the floor. Beggars belief.
Starting to wish I hadn't pushed for this now.
Some of the jurors don't seem to have wonderfully formed arguments, though, do they?
Well, let's see what we can do. I need to get these 6 people to change their minds. I'll have to throw everything I can at them and use some very persuasive language.
Just a moment, Naruto.
According to my book, that's not quite how it works. I thought I was gonna have to thaw their icy minds with some heartwarming rhetoric about the defendant. Unfortunately, once the jurors have decided the defendant is guilty, they're unlikely to heed in anything the defense says. But then, they've reached their conclusions by their own reasoning, you see. Your pleas will sound like excuses. In fact, it could recoil on you. The more you try to persuade them, the more entrenched they may become. What on earth am I supposed to do? Sorry. My nose is running. I'm just citing what I've read about British law, Mr. Naruto. Do you have any idea how to make this work then? Oh, God. From what I can understand, the key to this procedure is using the jurors' own words to make your arguments. What do you mean? The 6 members of the jury are randomly selected members of the public. They may appear to present a united front, but the truth is, they are complete strangers who just happen to find themselves here in the courtroom together. And that's the way to break them down, you mean? Yeah, exactly. We must listen very carefully to what each member of the jury says, and see if we can identify any contradictory statements. If we can contrast the statements and pit the corresponding jurors against each other. So it's contradictions in what 2 or more jurors say that we're looking for. In a way, then, this is similar to a regular cross-examination. Yes, I suppose you're right. Find contradictions in their statements and pit the jurors against one another to break them down. All right, I might be able to pull this off. No, that's not right. I have to pull this off! Can we start proceedings, counsel? I would ask you to take the stand for this. I'm expecting a clear and concise rebuttal. I like that I wield the sword. I am Kazuma. I love this. Okay, here we go. Wait, I can press all of them? Oh, Jesus. Press pit. Okay. There was no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it has to have been him. I trust the driver. He has an excellent memory, it seems. 4 passengers with fares totaling 20 pence. He stuck the chap next to him just like this. Brazen, I must say. I've simply typed and collated all the statements made thus far and drawn the logical conclusion. You can trust the guild. Fair fares is our motto. We haven't raised prices over 4 pence for years. Scoundrel stabbing that poor man on the floor. Beggar's belief. This music is too intense. These two. Can I press? This is weird.
Hold it!
Does his ability to recall his takings that night really tell us how trustworthy the man is?
I manage all his lordship's cash affairs, so I'm very particular when it comes to his accounts. A single penny can mean the difference between life and death, after all, can't it?
That's a saying in your country?
My point is, a man who finds his figures is a man you can trust.
Who minds his figures?
Those of us in service would swear to that, sir.
Does that bench really need any more polishing?
So if the good driver says that he saw Mr. McGilded in the act, I don't doubt him. The only task left to do today is disposing of the rubbish.
Now, wait a minute. One of the other jurors mentioned something about money, I think.
Now would be a very good time to listen carefully to the other jurors' statements.
You notice an inconsistency when 2 different jurors are saying... Okay, yeah, I know. I want to press the other one first. Before I pit them.
Hold it!
That's how much it costs to take the omnibus? That's right. As the guildmaster, I've decided to set a policy for all drivers across the city. 1 fare no matter which bus you take or how far you're going. We have to compete with the rise of the motor car, you see. Us coachmen have to make a stand together. Motor cars, you say? Yes, and this murder on one of our buses is extremely damaging to our cause. It's beyond the pale. It'll lead to a decline in passengers, you mark my words, and it's all that rascal's fault. He has to pay. Is it the crime or his buses he's more worried about? Every member of my guild is reliable and trustworthy. So if the driver says he saw him do it, that fellow in the dock is as guilty as sin. Okay, let's just do it. I got nothing to lose but a game over.
Objection!
I'm very nervous. According to the group testimony we've heard so far, there were 4 passengers on the omnibus on the night in question. And according to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 20 pence in fares.
Quite right. I have those precise details typed neatly here in front of me.
And juror number 5 also told us the following. The fare for the omnibus is always 4 pence. That it is, a fair and convenient single price. Just the way London's carriages should be operated. But that doesn't add up at all. In fact, it leaves a glaring discrepancy in the facts. Why, man, why? 4 passengers paying 4 pence each. If you do the multiplication, it would be 16 pence. Exactly. As I said, it doesn't add up. The figures are different. By 4 pence, in fact. Or precisely 1 person's fare. Yes, in other words, on the omnibus that night, it's distinctly possible there was another passenger we've heard nothing about. Oh! This can't be right. The coachmen of the guild are good, honest men, one and all. Trustworthiness is our watchword. The figures your coachman claims most certainly do not add up. Your watchword, good sir, is a fallacy. I beg your pardon? Mr. Guildmaster, I think you ought to consider that if this trial were to end now, the news would surely spread all over London.
The news that one of your coachmen tried to hide the fact that he lets nefarious characters ride in his omnibus. Yes, I'm telling you, math is useful. Exactly. Don't underestimate it. Make sure to go to school and be good in math, kids. You'll do good in court. How do I make this miserable trial end? According to my book here, you simply launch a ball of fire onto the innocent side of the set of scales. Hold your horses there, coachman. We were all in agreement. Why do you have to go and... Wait till I get my hands on you, Beppo. The irony of the fact that there's a police siren going off right now outside my house. Holy shit. That was perfect timing, and I wish my mic would have picked that up. That was really funny. I don't think my mic picked it up. This is all very irritating. Begging your pardon, sir. I'm going to do the same. For the love of Mike, not you as well! A penny can be the difference between a smile and a tear, after all. I certainly can't put my trust in someone who doesn't follow my exacting standards in financial matters. Oh, really? I, for one, think it's only proper that we hear from the witnesses again. Well done, Mr. Naruto, you did it! If we can manage to change 2 more jurors' minds, we can force the trial to continue. 2 more, actually. There is something else that's bothering me about a couple of their assertions. Then that's where you must strike next. Pit 2 more of the jurors against each other and show that there's another contradiction in their assertions. You can do it! The scales of justice have shifted, but they still weigh heavy on the side of guilt. Counsel, you have the floor again. Continue with your summation examination. I should like to hear what the slipshod bookkeeper has to say for himself.
Hold it!
Certainly the testimonies we've heard suggest the victim and Mr. McGilded were alone inside the carriage. Precisely my point. But, could there be some other explanation? Something we haven't considered yet? Such as? Perhaps that's something we could, all work out together now. Now listen here, maybe you don't know how things work around here because you're from foreign climes, but we're here to form our opinions as individuals, and I have. Oh dear, he doesn't appear to be in the mood to consider an alternative point of view, does he? No, I'm gonna have to pit the jurors against one another, like Susato-san said. Good job. He stuck the chap next to him just like this. Brazen, I must say. Absolutely brazen. And simply typed and collated all the statements made thus far and drawn the logical conclusion. A scoundrel stabbing the poor man on the floor. It beggars belief.
Hold it!
I really think you should stop waving that needle around. You heard what the good coachman said before, didn't you? That hideous man stabbed the poor fellow just like this. Yes, that is what he said, you're right. McGilded Park is such a lovely little place, too. I've always enjoyed resting my legs there while I get on with my knitting. And I had thought that anyone who donated such a delightful place must be a fine fellow indeed. I suppose I was wrong. Whoever would have thought he was a miserable murdering moneylender with not a scrap of remorse. Oh, help. Sure, she's as sure as sure can be that he's guilty now. That old lady certainly seems to know her mind, doesn't she? We just need to find 2 jurors with contradictory statements and pit them against each other. Which is so much easier said than done. How did you know? Susato, I took the liberty of doing some research in case you happen to find yourself in just such a situation. Should I read you what I found out? It's a little long, I'm afraid. We'll speed run. Listen to this. During the summation examination, you will hear the assertions of the 6 members of the jury. In this situation, the counsel for the defense should use... Oh. Oh, I did. Okay. Okay. This was a mistake. Let's get this right so I never have to listen to that long and boring explanation again. Anything but that, really.
Hold it!
You could hurt somebody with that. Just, you're a fine one to talk. What if that sword hanging from your waist? That's just my battered soul. Anyway, I despise anyone with too much money. They're all the same. All stabbing some brickmaker or some other behind the scenes. You mark my words.
Objection!
That seems very unlikely, doesn't it? Are you a madman? Are you mad, man? We know that small shorty is a rotten Shylock. Ah, yes, that does seem to be the case, but... Mr. Naruto, please, be careful what you say. He's been trying to squeeze money out of us less fortunate than as far as I'm concerned. He's as guilty as sin. The man can hang. Come to think of it, didn't one other of the jurors have something to say about the defendant's underhanded activities? All right. Underhanded activities? I don't want to pit them against each other. We still gotta question the other one. I mean, I could just pit... But I'm interested in what Mrs. Typewriter has to say here. What have you been doing all this time? What have you been doing all this time? There. I should have thought it was obvious. I'm recording everything that takes place as part of these proceedings. What have you learned from that? For example, in this moment in time, the judge has used his gavel 11 times total. The prosecution has snorted derisively at your remarks 7 times in total. And I might add, each time you have gulped like a simpleton. Thank you. And what's the point exactly? So anyway, madam, are you able to explain why you think the defendant is guilty? That is a conclusion I've drawn as a result of the copious notes I have typed. Clearly, but I'm asking you to explain why you've drawn that conclusion. Please don't distract me. It makes it extremely hard to concentrate on my note keeping. This is going nowhere. All right, let's do the pit. All right, Mrs. Granny. Meet your competitor, Mr. I don't know why he has a knife.
Objection!
I was only noting a jumper for my other half. What is all this claptrap? What does contradictory even mean, I ask you? What does contradictory even mean? Oh my god. Okay. We've heard from more than one witness that they allegedly saw the actual moment when the defendant stabbed the victim. Now, out of curiosity, juror number 3. Can't you see that I'm busy here? Stabbing a desk? Shouldn't he be getting, like, fined for that or something? Whatever. How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim? What sort of motion was it? Ha! Want to test me, do you? It was like this. Stuck to the fellow next to him without even getting up, just like the prim banker said. That was Mr. Fairplay's testimony, quite true. Now then, juror number 6. Oh, is that me, is it? What can I do you for, young man? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim, madam? Oh, well, dear, as far as I understand it, it was like this. He stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor. The coachman said so. Now don't move. Take a look at these 2 jurors. He stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up. And he stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor. Well, I never. They're stabbing in totally different directions. Bless my stitches, what a muddle. What this tells us is that there's a strong possibility one of the witnesses isn't telling the truth. Why the dickens would they lie? I don't know that yet, but what I do know is that if the trial ends at this point, we may never find out. We may never know the real truth. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, can you really let that happen in all good conscience? Lies you say, oh dearie me. I can't abide people telling lies. The scales. I don't believe it. Granny came out for the win. Here it is, my fellow jurors. I warn you, you cannot listen to this man. Look at him in his black suit. He's clearly some devious Eastern sorcerer using magic on us all. If I could use magic, do you really think I'd be putting myself through all this? Answer me, Doc Jinx. Huh? Me? What exactly is the problem? What of it if 2 witnesses have slightly different recollections of events? What of it? Let's say this Shylock did stab the victim as he was sat next to him on the omnibus, and this young dandy saw him do it. And now, let's say that the victim collapsed on the floor, and then the Shylock stabbed him again, and this old lady saw him do it. Well, what's to say it didn't happen like that, Who are you calling dandy, sir? Why I should take this knife to you? Who are you calling old? Why I should take this needle to you? They're ready to kill each other now. Could the foreman of the jury really be right? Did the 2 witnesses see different moments of the same crime? It's true. There's an outside chance of almost anything you care to mention. Exactly the point I've been trying to make. Before you go any further, Mr. Narhodo. Oh, well, what is it, Miss Sato? I think you should have a look through the court record. This evidence makes it quite clear. There isn't even an outside chance of what the juror is saying. How did I miss that? Unfortunately, Mr. Foreman. What is it, you Doc Jinx? Come on, out with it. What you're suggesting is impossible. It's out of the question. What are you talking about, man? How can you possibly say that? You do realize that I'm only doing my job. As foreman of the jury, I have a responsibility to steer everyone in the right direction. So where's your evidence, man? That's what I want to see. I say the 2 witnesses saw 2 different moments of the same crime. If you say that's out of the question, show me some proof. Looks like the only way I'm gonna convince him is to present him with something he can't dismiss. Maybe a photograph, perhaps? As you wish. I'll give you the proof. It's out of the question that the 2 witnesses saw 2 different moments of the same crime. It's proven by the fucking picture.
Take that!
This clear piece of evidence. Well, Mr. Foreman? Do you know what they say about me, young man? They say I've got no powers of persuasion.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry to hear that. Wait, what? No one will need persuading about this. You're even worse than me. What? Okay, I guess that didn't make sense. That made sense to me. 2 different moments. In other words, the victim was stabbed 2 times. But we have evidence that clearly contradicts that Oh, is it supposed to be the post-mortem report? Oh my god. That's embarrassing. The autopsy report. Oh, god. What does it exactly say? Stabbed once in the abdomen. Crystal, you are a fucking dumbass.
Take that!
This is the victim's autopsy report. According to what's written here, Mr. Mason was stabbed in the abdomen. Only once. It's quite simple. The victim was stabbed precisely 1 time. Which means these witnesses can't possibly have seen happen 2 different times. All right, I can see defeat. That's right, bitch, you do. Wait, that means 4 jurors are now leaning toward not guilty. We've done it, Mr. Naruto. We've won. Shut your trap, sir. No one deceives me. What? But we had a consensus. I said shut your trap. I know a liar when I see one. And if the chap ever dares to cross the threshold of my shop, I'll take this razor-sharp blade and shave every last hair off of his head. Okay, that looks disgusting, bro. I guess we just lick knives in courtrooms in Great Britain. Okay. In a quite remarkable turn of events, the defense's summation examination has flipped the balance of the scales of justice. The jurors now stand at 2 for guilty and 4 for not. Accordingly, there is no longer a large enough majority among the jury for me to adjudicate. And trial must continue. Boom. Got him. I hereby ask the defense, prosecution, and witnesses to return to their places. I call upon all of you to continue to pursue the truth. Let's go. So, Lord Van Zieks, continue to substantiate the case for the prosecution, if you please. Oh my god. Any day now. Any day. Having savored the rich aroma of the Carmen contents of this hollow chalice. I don't know if I'm terrified or if that's really fucking attractive that he just, like, did that. Whatever. It may seem crass to crush it to dust, but forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Zieks! Is it cold in here, or is it just me? As your antiquated tone no doubt says, the prosecution may not speak during a summation examination. So I honor the deathly silence and listen to the charade. Charade, rather. It seems I overestimated the intelligence of the jury. Oh, ouch. Well, no matter. This is nothing so hard to prove as a self-evident truth, it would seem. No, and why else would we grace the courtroom with our presence after all? So, let us proceed to the next round of battle. The cape comes off. Bring forth the witnesses once more. Okay, the cape goes off. Okay. He got hotter. God damn it. I trust you heard the summation examination we had just had to have endured. Oh, yes, so that I did. Of course I heard it. Oh, yes, sir. I heard it.
You, sir, on the end. The coachman, I believe it's Beppo. Yes, my lord, sir. If it transpires that you, in your previous testimony, you were attempting to veil the presence of a fifth passenger on your omnibus, you will be found guilty of perjury. You are advised to bear that in mind, sir. Oh mio Dio. Now then, witnesses, I hereby call on you to testify before the court again. You will explain the various misgivings brought to our attention by the defense's summation examination. I only carried 4 passengers that night, I swear it, but, I, for one, was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus. Whoa! Oh? Oh, we changing the money for the math, I see now. Oh. Oh, okay. Well, I'm glad Mr. Fairplay is able to do math, but it won't help him. He fiddled us on the fare, he did, and then I saw that blood-curdling sight as well. It's all too much. I tell you, I saw Mr. McGilded stabbing that man. Everything I said before stands. Yes, he stabbed him. Yes, he did. I think so, yes. Counsel, make sense of this for me, please. The phantom 5th passenger conjured into existence by my learned English friend never existed. And the confusion has arisen from the coachman's sly little cosenage. Beppo, explain yourself! I'm terribly sorry, Guildmaster! The Guild's fare is 4 pence across the board. You know that. Am I to understand that you've been overcharging our passengers by a penny a fare? It's so cold, and the last run of the day is always half empty. You have been dishonest, coachman. I'm sorry. You're a disgrace, Beppo. A disgrace! And your selfish actions have brought dishonor on the entire guild. If I may, sir, I had to pay 10 pence on the bus just last week. What? 4 passengers at 5 pence each is, yes, 20 pence. I've done the arithmetic 10 times already, but I just can't make the result come out differently. That figure, yes, 4 times 5 is 20, no matter how you look at it. I hate to break it to you. It would appear that one of the aforementioned misgivings has already been explained. Now, so counsel for the defense, your cross-examination if you please. We've already had the pleasure of a protracted summation examination today. I see you intend to continue the parlor games. Absolutely. That's right, we say that with confidence. I carried 4 passengers that night, I swear it, but what?
Hold it!
So there were only 4 passengers on your carriage, but you didn't charge them the standard 4 pence fare. Is that right?
Is it possible to make the last run of the day pay? I was so cold, it was all I could do to stop myself from passing out.
I'm getting chillblains just listening to you.
It was terrible, so I wanted to give myself a pat on the back for even keeping the bus running. Does a dedicated coachman deserve an extra penny per passenger?
You're digging a deeper hole for yourself here. If only there had been a 5th passenger on the omnibus that night, then we would have had another suspect. Ooh, he's silent. I, for one, was told I have to pay 5 pence for the bus. I don't know if I should be pressing everything now. I'm like nervous that there's gonna be... I'm gonna get punished for it now.
He fiddled us on the fair. Tell me more about that. Nah, fuck you. I'm not there yet. Tell me more about fiddling on the fair.
Hold it!
This blood-curdling sight, you mean the murder, I presume? Yes, sir. A loathsome sight no one should have to witness, in the horror in the eyes of a man the moment his life is taken. Well, not exactly, sir. I mean, I didn't actually see the exact moment the gent was stabbed. Good gracious, really? We have other witnesses who did, however. The banker has already testified to it. But Mr. First didn't actually see the point at which the victim was killed. That may turn out to be very significant. I heard the banker gent next to me take a sharp intake of breath, and that's when I looked through the glass. That's when I saw the horrible blade poking out from his belly, all covered in blood. Every time I see a knife now, I can't help screaming, even when I'm eating. I saw, okay, but did you see the stabbing?
Hold it!
So you saw the defendant, Mr. McGilded, stabbing the victim, Mr. Mason, who was sitting next to him? That's what I said, isn't it? It was bothering me before. This was. But just a brief moment, he hesitated before answering the question. Anyway, there was only 2 of them inside the carriage, wasn't there? There's been much talk of a 5th passenger, but as of yet, 0 evidence. Then what are we wasting all this time for, eh? It's black and white, this man's guilty. Something about Mr. Fairplay's testimony just jars with me. I wish I could work out what it was. You think that he stabbed him. Earlier, you testified that you saw the moment when the defendant allegedly stabbed the victim, didn't you? Yes, that's right. You said that the victim was on the floor and described the assailant holding the knife in an ice pick grip. I suppose I might have, you know, put the cart before the horse, maybe. What's this? I'm quite sure about most of it. I was driving the horses when I heard a scream from the seats on the roof deck. Oh, I expect that was me, sir. Then when I turned around, yes, I saw through the skylight. The gentleman was on the floor and the knife was sticking up out of his midriff. That's right, yes, the fellow holding the handle from the famous man, yes. In short, you didn't see the moment when the victim was actually stabbed at all. I really thought that I did. When I go over it again in my head. No, I suppose I didn't actually see the precise moment of the stabbing, did I? Are you okay? Are you okay, sir?
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Fairplay? Now you listen to me. I know what you're thinking. He didn't really see the exact moment the fellow was stabbed. What are the chances of that? Are you asking me or telling me? He's getting flustered. I might be able to extract some new information from him if I answer him cleverly. Could he have just happened to see the exact moment the crime was committed? Oh, wait! Oh. Unless you spend your time peeping through a skylight at the top of an omnibus, that is, huh? Peeping? I'm a respectable city banker, have you know? And I saw what I saw. I remember it as clear as Ballarat Day. It was a grim scene, I don't mind telling you. Oops. Thank you, Mr. Fairplay. Excuse me if I was getting a little hot under the collar there, my lord. I would ask you to supplement your testimony with a clear statement about what exactly you saw. Oh, I can do that, all right. I'll tell you how grim it was. Do you think I'd forget? Oh, this is 6th one. Oh, geez. Do you think I'd forget the sight of those blood-soaked hands after that butcher stabbed him? Huh?
Hold it!
Blood-soaked. Well, perhaps soaked is laying it on a little thick, but anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Blood of both of them were covered in it. And you saw that from the roof through the skylight? Well, the skylight's reasonably large, so I had a pretty good view. And there was a lamp on inside the carriage as well, so I'm quite sure of what I saw. This banker's latest statement. I feel sure that there's something not quite right about him. Not long ago, this trial very nearly came to an end. Somehow, we've managed to keep our chances alive here. I can't waste this cross-examination. I have to use it and bring some new facts to light. If you're not careful when you press these witnesses, the danger is that the jury will end up believing something unhelpful as they did before. Maybe. We can't let the fear of that happening stop us from uncovering important new information. Yo, that's right. That's fucking right. Yes, you're so right. I need to pay careful attention here. I don't want to miss even a flicker of a reaction among these witnesses. If you happen to spot one of the witnesses reacting, I know. I got it. Thank you. Yes, yeah, we already did. Okay, thank you. I'm just wondering because I fucked up the response. I mean, I did get a 6th answer, so I feel like it's okay. I don't think I need to redo it. So, okay, we pressed him on this. I only carried 4 passengers then, I just swear, but... Oh, God, sorry. Also, there's a lot of deleted messages today. Chat, please, if you are new to the stream... Actually, I don't even care if you're new. Please read the backseating rules of the stream. I would really appreciate it, because it gets annoying for the mods. I only carried 4 passengers that night, I swear it. Yeah, I know we pressed him on that. I, for one, was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus. Everything I said before stands. Remember, Ryder, you can be ruthless. Or there's other mods here too. I don't care, you can time out people for like 30 minutes if it's really that bad. Anyway, okay, so we know about Mr. Fairplay's debt that he had. I just don't know where to present the evidence. So we have, maybe I'm...
Hold it!
I want to make sure I didn't miss something. Going past it, going past it. I never fucked up a response before that ended in bad, so I just want to make sure that I didn't fuck up the game. It seemed to have been okay, but I'm just double checking. It must have already happened when I heard the scream. That goes without saying. But I really wish he had said it earlier. The autopsy report made it quite clear that the victim was stabbed only once, which means
The banker was witness to the fatal wound that ended Mr. Mason's life. But he didn't see it either. So, okay, blood-soaked hands after the butcher stabbed the man. This is so weird. He's saying blood-soaked, but there was only like a small thing of blood on it. On the... Yeah. Be nice. Be nice to the mods. They deserve all the love. I'm so confused. He called him a butcher. There's so many things wrong here. I just don't feel like I'm supposed to be presenting at this point, but I mean... He didn't... I'm just so confused. I think it's the sight of his blood-soaked hands after the butcher's stuff. There's so many things wrong. The way this is put forth is just unnerving. Okay, this is the wrong response. Fuck it. I don't want to... I know what I'm about to do is wrong, so maybe I just shouldn't do it.
Hold it!
Give me a sec. Yeah, soaked is laying it a little thick. Alright, I'm just gonna go for it. There's a few things that I can present here. Shut up, Susato! Sorry. Alright, I'ma do it. This seems just so stupid and petty. But I'm gonna present the gloves. Like, do these gloves look blood-soaked to you? I don't understand. This is so melodramatic. Everything was covered in blood! I couldn't believe my eyes! Like, does this look like a lot of blood to you? Well, I admit that soaked might be laying it on a little thick, but... Anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. Oh, okay. I'm very sorry to disagree, Mr. Fairplay, but that's more than a little peculiar. Here are the gloves worn by the defendant, Mr. McGilded, on the night in question. Oh, yes, right. And there certainly does appear to be a sizable dark-colored stain there. But, as I'm sure you can clearly see, it's only on the right-hand glove. In short, Mr. Fairplay, your testimony is inconsistent. That can't be right. So you're the liar here, then? That's right. You were quite clear about it. You said it was both hands. Oh God, he's biting his cane again. Mr. Fairplay, if your last statement was a lie, it calls your entire testimony into question. You say you saw the moment the victim was stabbed, but is that really the truth? Well,
Objection!
It was a simple mistake. You can't justify accusing this man of lying. Yes, it wasn't both hands. It was only one. But the fact remains. The victim's blood was on the accused.
Objection!
No, Mr. Fairplay categorically stated that he saw blood all over both hands.
Which means there's a strong possibility that this witness was deliberately trying to mislead the court. Why, I'm a city banker, for pity's sake. My word should be the gold standard. I'm a gentleman, not some gutter snipe. Upstanding members of society don't prevaricate. He's claiming to have no reason to lie, but is that really the case? Mr. Naruto, if we don't have some evidence to explain why Mr. Fairplay might be lying, it could turn the tide in this trial completely. Alright, well, we got that at least. I have evidence. Not button mashing this time. My lord! The defense is ready to present evidence. Evidence that will clearly demonstrate why Mr. Fairplay had reason to lie in his testimony. Very well. I hereby call on the defense to present its evidence. The evidence that demonstrates a motive for the witness's alleged deception of the court.
Take that!
This is a list of the debtors who owe money to Mr. McGilded. Yes, a list of innocent victims crippled by the accused's extortion. The point is, among the names of these debtors is your name, Mr. Bruce Fairplay. Mr. Fairplay, are you currently indebted financially to the accused? No, well, it's barely worth being called a debt. According to this ledger, you owe 20 guineas, not an inconsiderable sum of money, wouldn't you say? What of it? Let's suppose Mr. McGilded were to be found guilty of his murder. What would become of your debt in this case? These documents state that the loan agreement is forged between two individual parties. Therefore, were the accreditor the defendant here to be sentenced to a capital punishment, and all outstanding debts which were owed to him would be annulled. They would cease to exist. Cease to exist. Mr. Fairplay, is it not the case that you claimed in your testimony that you may have something you never saw? Oh wow, why am I talking that accent for Ryunosuke? Anyway, he's British all of a sudden. You never in fact saw a devious attempt to annul your debt of 20 guineas to the defendant. Let me ask you again. And be aware that your answer may have most serious implications upon your future, sir. Did you or did you not see the precise moment in time at which the defendant is allegedly to have thrust a knife into the victim? Your silence speaks volumes. You did not tell the truth in your testimony. All right, now let's not make a melodrama out of this. Perhaps I did overstate the truth a pinch. A pinch. But it makes no difference. I definitely remember seeing blood on Mr. McGilded's hands. Mr. McGilded's hands, both of them.
Objection!
And yet only one of the defendant's gloves, which we have here as evidence, is... okay. So you keep saying. I wonder if I might be allowed to speak, sir. Go ahead, Mr. First. Well, the thing is, I think I remember seeing it myself, as it happens. Seeing what? The blood, sir, on the assailant's hands. I think, yes. I am almost sure that it was on both hands, not just one. What? It would appear that we're going to need further testimony from all you witnesses. This time, I would like to know precisely what you did and what you did not see. Do I make myself perfectly clear? Mr. Naruto, this is good news. The course of the trial seems to have shifted slightly at last. I might finally have a chance to turn things around here. What the witnesses really saw. There was blood on both hands of the assailant. I sincerely, distinctly remember that. However, I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired, if that matters. I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both of the attacker's hands with blood on them. I had a actually see anything for myself. No, not until I heard the scream.
Anyway, the fact remains. There can't have been anyone else inside that carriage, or we all would have seen it. Lo and behold, in truth of fact, not one of you was witness to the crucial moment the crime was perpetrated. I apologize, my lord, but honestly, there was no one else inside that carriage, and the man's hands were covered in blood. That much incriminating evidence is tantamount to us saying what we saw that we saw the man do it. That's not really what testimony is about. Let us examine the interior of the omnibus once more. The victim's fresh blood is clearly visible on the seat, corroborating the witness's accounts. In other words, there is no substantial nor significant change in the facts of the case. Very well. Your cross-examination, please, counsel. Yes, my lord. When the witnesses really saw it. There was blood on both hands of the assailant. I sincerely and distinctly remember that.
Hold it!
I'm just gonna press everything until they yell at me again. Evidence tells us otherwise. We have the gloves the defendant was wearing on the night in question in the court record. I'm well aware of that, sir, but nevertheless, I know what I saw and I stand by it. The man had blood on both his hands. He's defiant even in the face of Harvard evidence. He's steadfastly refusing to admit that he might be mistaken about what he saw, but why? Your reasoning is dire. One hand or two, the salient point remains unchanged. Minutes after the grim crime, the victim's blood dripped guiltily from the accused's fingers. I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired, if that matters. Don't try to downplay this. Whether or not you saw the exact moment of the crime is a matter of fundamental importance as well, you know. For crying out loud, we all know that no one else could have possibly done it. I was just trying to save us all some time. You have a loan of 20 guineas outstanding with the defendant, do you not? Had you hoped to release yourself from that financial burden by ensuring the defendant was found guilty? Well, that's not entirely not what I was hoping for. I just lost a little guinea or 10 when I backed the wrong horse in the derby, that's all. I was going to win it all back. There's a fixture this weekend, that's a sure thing. A little guinea or 10? I'm a banker, no one bats an eye if I borrow a little spending money for the weekend. Okay. I think you may have revealed rather more about your character than you bargained for, sir. The witness scruples are not on trial here. Proceed to the next witness. Is that really how it's supposed to work? I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both of the attacker's hands with blood on them.
Hold it!
You definitely saw that too? Blood on both hands? Yes, sir. I mean, I know what you're going to say. Only one of Mr. McGilded's gloves has any signs of blood on it. Yeah. The thing is, as far as I remember, sir, when I looked down and saw Mr. McGilded sitting beside the other fellow, I don't believe he was wearing any gloves, sir. He wasn't wearing these gloves? That's correct, sir. And I saw the blood on both his bare hands quite clearly. It's true that the dark-colored stain on the dark leather gloves wouldn't have been easy to see. I should point out that the police officer who apprehended the accused on the night in question reported that there was no trace of blood on Mr. McGilded's gloved hands. There wasn't blood on his hands. This is puzzling indeed. This must be significant somehow, I'm sure of it. I didn't actually see anything myself, no, not until I heard that scream. You don't see anything? Yes, sir, that is easy to say. No, sir, I didn't. Very sorry about what I said before, sir. Very, very sorry, yes. If it was wrong of me to make up stories and say I saw him stab the man. Oh, wouldn't you agree, sir?
I know what you're insinuating, but I certainly wasn't making up stories. Still, to say you saw nothing isn't right either, is it?
No, sir, I saw nothing at all.
Mr. Beppo, you were driving horses. At the very least, you must have enjoyed a very good view of London streets, no? Haha. Oh, please. You didn't even see that?
It was so cold that night, you see. It was all I could do to keep from passing out, sir. My head was fairly frozen, so it's sorry to say, sir.
It would seem prudent to avoid travel on the last omnibus service of London's cold winter nights. Beppo! The fact remains, there can't have been anyone else inside the carriage or we all would have seen it. And everything you saw of the incident was through the skylight on the roof of the omnibus. That's right, it was fiercely cold that night, but the glass wasn't frosted over.
Yes, I remember I was shivering, it was so bitter.
Which rather begs the question of why the pair of you was sitting on the roof deck in the first place. I don't know about this young fellow, but I couldn't enter the cabin. Oh, why not? It was locked from the inside. I tried knocking, but no one opened the door. It was locked. That's right, and it's a public bus service, for pity's sake. That's not what I call fair play.
I had exactly the same experience. I tried knocking, but the gent inside just gestured at me to clear off. So I had no choice but to climb up to the roof deck and look down longingly into the warm cabin below.
Well, I can assure you I wasn't just looking down, I was glaring long and hard. And that's precisely why I can tell you with absolute confidence that if there was anyone else at all in that cabin, I would have noticed. Unequivocally, I would say. Equivocal. I'm not sure about these two witnesses. Could they really have seen everything inside the cabin through the skylight? They would have seen everything. Fuck, I button mashed again. Fuck! And birds generally have a very keen eyesight, so... thank you, that's all clear. What you said does make sense. Very good, continue with the cross-examination. Mr. Fairplay didn't see Mr. Mason being stabbed at all. That's a hugely significant change in the facts of the case. There's something else that occurred to me whilst listening to the witness's latest testimony. Two of them are recounting what they saw through the skylight in the omnibus roof. I know it's a large window and certainly affords a good view of the inside, but, well, I think perhaps we ought to confirm what they're saying with our own eyes as much as possible. What do you mean? I mean that we can examine the evidence firsthand. The omnibus is here in the courtroom after all. We can consider the witnesses' statements while we're looking around. F for button mashing.
Hold it!
So basically we should look inside the omnibus and see about the locks and also look at the window, the sky, the view itself. They might not have been able to. Here, I'll make it up. Allow me to confirm one thing, Mr. Fairplay. You were riding this omnibus and witnessed the events in the cabin through the skylight in the floor of the upper deck, is that right? That's right, yes. In that case, there is a portion of the cabin interior that would have been out of sight from you. What? By golly, really?
Obviously, at this stage, we can't say for sure. But the possibility cannot be denied that at the time of the incident, there could have been another passenger in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus.
Objection!
Enough hypothetical meandering, my Nepalese friend. The prosecution demands that you substantiate your claims. After all, the scene of the crime is here in the flesh. Very well, I will uphold the prosecution's demand. You identify the area on this cross-sectional plan of the omnibus. Where exactly in the omnibus are you suggesting that this potential extra passenger could have been situated? I mean, this just seems really stupid. Because, like, if they're sitting here and facing this way, then they would only have view of this side. But they could easily, this guy, if like a person's sitting here, they could just turn their head. They can just, and look down and see this side. I don't understand.
Take that!
Both rows of seats on the roofs face in the direction of the travel, whereas the seats in the enclosed cabin face each other, which means the visible part of the cabin, which passengers on the roof deck can see through the skylight, is as I've drawn here. That's right, my lord. As you can see, the seat opposite, the one on which the victim and his attacker were sitting, is obscured from view. In other words, if someone had been sitting on that seat, it's quite possible that these witnesses would have been completely unaware of it.
Objection!
It's quite possible some phantom was sitting there. You Nipponese have a forbidding habit of obscuring the truth with ambiguity. I concur with the prosecution's rejoinder. In a British court of law, evidence is paramount. I cannot entertain this conjecture, counsel. That is, unless you're able to put a name to this mysterious passenger to whom you allude. Can you, Mr. Naruto? Can I? I honestly don't know. Who could it have been? Who could have been in the other seat, which was out of sight from the witness on the roof deck? I have an inkling? We have an inkling? I guess I gotta say I have an inkling. I have an inkling. I understand, my lord. The defense would like to put forward a name. Oh god, he got another glass? You are a fool. The response was a desperate attempt by a man who has no notion of his own limitations. A toast to hard lessons not yet learned. Let us not delay, counsel. The defense is still to name the passenger in the other seat. This could be it. This could be the chance I've been waiting for to return the trial in my favor. On that night, on the night of the murder, the person occupying the seat in the omnibus cabin that was obscured from view was male Stronghart.
Take that!
Concealed in the blind spot of the cabin that night was none other than this unexpected passenger. Whatever so-called logic you used to arrive at that conclusion, it matters not. Because your answer has made one thing abundantly clear. The real blind spot is inside your head, and it would appear to be unusually large. Yep. We're working on the assumption that he is innocent of this crime. Yeah, of course. Why?
That must mean then that there was someone else inside the omnibus with Mr. McGilded, the true culprit. That's right, exactly what I've been... Oh! Of course! So the two people sitting inside the cabin that the witness saw through the skylight that night, they were the victim and the real culprit. It does seem as though we've been, all been making a false assumption. The witnesses weren't looking at Mr. McGilded at all. Meaning he has to have been sitting somewhere else. But it's not delayed, counsel. The defense is still to name the passenger in the other seat. Okay, I guess we can stop playing around now. But it was funny, so it was definitely worth saying it.
Take that!
The passenger in the enclosed cabin that the witnesses on the roof failed to see has to have been Mr. Magnus McGilded. What are you talking about, counsel? That's the name of the defendant. I went there.
Objection!
Whoa! Calm down, buddy! Whoa! He broke 2 glasses in one trial! How many glasses does he got? Holy shit! He just breaks them left and right like they're nothing! If I desecrate this chamber by smashing my hollow chalice, do forgive the discourtesy. People talk of those tiny island nations in the Far East as having a learning and the culture of their own. But I see they use the terms ill-advisedly. What are you trying to say? Let me explain in terms that even a student of an artless backwater such as yourself might understand. When the bloody scene unfolded, the victim and his assailant were sitting side by side. Multiple witnesses have attested to this fact. It's the very premise on which this case is built.
Objection!
But that premise may be wrong. What? If the victim really was sitting beside Mr. McGilded, it creates an inconsistency that can't be reconciled in any way. What inconsistency, counsel? The defendant's gloves, my lord. Both witnesses made the same testimony. They claimed that there was blood on both hands of the person sitting next to the victim.
Objection!
Be right back. Oh god, that's not the button I wanted to push.
Hi! I'm sorry. I'm here and existing. I had to take care of a dom. Oh god, I don't even know how long I was away. But yeah, I'm sorry about that. I'm here, I'm here, I'm here. Okay, I'm back. Hi, chat. I'm sorry. Oh, geez. It was even on a silent part. There's no music at this point. Oh, geez. That was even worse. Majupolis, thank you so much for the 12-month resub. I really appreciate it. Okay, history. So where were we? The defendant's gloves. Both witnesses saw the testimony. They claimed that there was blood on both hands of the person sitting next to the victim. Objection! Okay. Yet we know the truth to be oh, I forgot my accents. Now I'm really out of it. To be otherwise. Only one glove bears the gory remains.
Objection.
Oh, low battery. Ah, we're fine. You know what low battery means on the Switch? It'll last like another 6 hours. The point is, even in the face of this irrefutable evidence, both witnesses have maintained their stance. Their testimonies remain unchanged. Exactly. They both adamantly swear that they clearly remember seeing blood on both hands of the assailant. In short, their memory of events is correct, and their testimony reveals the truth. It was somebody else sitting beside the victim that night, a third party we have yet to identify, and the victim's blood was on that passenger's hands, both of them.
Objection!
And who was this third party? Obviously, the true culprit. What exactly are you postulating?
Objection!
The defense is postulations. Just that? Nothing more than conjecture. The witnesses have clearly stated that they saw the accused.
Objection.
But when elaborating on his testimony, Mr. Fairplay said the two of them were wearing hats and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. The tops of their heads were obscured by the roof and I could see the rest of them though. Yes, that's right. Both gents were most certainly hot hatted. Hatters do tend to notice such things, sir. And what particular styles of hat did the two gentlemen sport, Mr. Faust? I'm afraid I don't remember. And you call yourself a hatter? The style of hat makes no difference. There was no third passenger in that cabin. How can you be so sure? Because if there had been, the accused, Mr. McGilded, would have undoubtedly have offered to dispose this fact. Unless, that is, you are proposing an even more preposterous explanation. That the accused failed even to notice the presence of the true culprit in the very cabin in which he traveled? I was thinking that, but I was hoping no one would say it, so like... If there was another person traveling in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus, it's inconceivable that Mr. Gilded would have been unaware of it. There is clearly a simple solution to this problem. Bring the accused, Mr. McGilded, to the stand. What say you, counsel? The prosecution, objects, my lord. On what grounds? As a suspect, he will have already made a full statement to the police. What if there's some reason why he's unable to speak freely? Magnus McGilded is no uneducated ruffian. If it indeed turns out that the man had been withholding information, you can be sure that would have been a most deliberate act. Counsel for the defense, what is your opinion? I have a lot of opinions. I think that there was somebody hiding in the somebody can definitely hide in the equipment box that was underneath the seat. So like if he didn't see the guy and he was sleeping on the bench opposite him. Wait, oh no, wait. If they weren't sitting together, then there's no way that, never mind. It didn't, okay. Should we ask Mr. McGilded to testify or not? Demand his testimony.
We need to hear what he has to say in order to find out the truth. The defense would like to call Mr. McGilded to the stand. In that case, I would like to hear the opinion of the jury. Ah, yes, I need a little time to consider this. If you ask me, I think we should hear what Mr. McGilded has to say. Get the man out here, I say! It would be utterly illogical not to hear his testimony. When something needs doing, get it done. That's how I run things at the guild.
Hearing what the patron of my favorite little park has to say? Oh yes, that would be lovely.
Yes, the jury says the man must be heard. Very well, the court will hear the defendant's testimony. Bailiff, show the defendant to the stand at once. Maybe what actually happened that night will finally become clear. Let proceedings be resumed. Mr. McGilded, have you been listening to the discourse of the day?
To be sure I have, my lord.
There are now two matters on which the court desires to hear from you. The first is whether or not there was a third party with you in the omnibus cabin as proposed by the defense. The second is that if such a person was indeed present, why did you conceal that fact from the police? But yeah, no, it is not in my nature to hide anything at all. Just answer the question, please. The truth of the matter is, I've been desperate about this all along. Do I tell yous all or keep me mouth shut? Tell us what, Mr. McGilded? The fine fellow representing me is absolutely right. In the carriage on the night with myself and the other man, there was another passenger. Aye, 'twas me who helped the little urchin get away after it all happened. You... what? Did he just admit? Sir? Choose your words carefully. Did you just admit to... helping the murderer get away? No, Magnus McGilded, that convenient excuse can't save you now. I'm truly sorry, so I am. Lord von Zieks, I'm sure you'll be wanting to know why I said nothing whenever I was taken in by the police. I do be having a very good reason, I assure you. Which was? Well, the little child was just in the wrong place at the wrong time and not in any way involved, you see. What? If the police had known the wee one was there, they'd have assumed that she'd done it. They'd have hauled her into this court, just like myself. I was only trying to spare her that. Young hearts and young minds are easily damaged, my lord. A child. And who is this child of whom you speak? That I don't know. You don't know? The wee thing just happened to be in the carriage that night. I never saw her before or since.
Objection!
We have absolutely no reason to believe this man. The prosecution calls for the witnesses' statements to... accents are so hard. Statements to be disregarded by the court. You know, I wouldn't be surprised. If the urchin isn't here in the courtroom as we speak, listen to the proceedings. Smoke. Fire, there's a fire. Look, someone's trying to get away after them. It's no use. I can't see anything through all this smoke. What is going on? Be careful, Mr. Narhado. Cover your face. Bailiff, don't let the accused escape. Secure the omnibus. I hereby call an emergency recess. Bailiff, ensure the defendant is in custody and clear the courtroom. What the fuck is happening? We were hurriedly removed from the smoke-filled courtroom by the bailiff. Amidst scenes of chaos as people stumbled over one another in their desperation to flee the chamber, we had no idea what was happening. All we knew was that, for the time being at least, the trial was suspended. To be continued. Holy shit.
Damn, buddy. Damn. It's been 3 hours. This all happened in 3 hours. What on earth just happened in here? Mr. Naruto, I finally managed to find out what happened. I was told it was an advanced form of smoke grenade, a type of exploding device that releases smoke. It sounds like the sort of thing ninjas use. They're just making sure everything is safe now. They think the trial will start again before long. Who would have done something like that? The police managed to catch someone who was trying to flee the courtroom, apparently. Flee the courtroom? Why? It's a young girl of around 15, I hear. A young girl? Could it be the other passenger that Mr. McGilded was talking about? My thoughts exactly. So he wasn't lying. What's become of Mr. McGilded, actually? There's so many things I need to ask him about, but he's not here. I think he was summoned to the prosecutor's antechamber to answer questions, along with the young girl. Who is she, I wonder? And what was she even doing here at the trial? She was taking a huge risk, and for what possible benefit to herself? There's another matter that's troubling me. The 20 pence. According to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 4 passengers that night at a fare of 5 pence each. That comes to a total of 20. But now it seems there was in fact 5 passengers, which means the figures don't seem to add up again. Counsel for the defense, kindly proceed into the courtroom. The trial will recommence in 5 minutes. Thank you, officer. We'll go in straight away. Well, whoever she is, I manage this young girl will be asked to take the stand and testify now. Really can't imagine what she's going to say, but it could alter the whole direction of the trial. We'll know soon enough, Mrs. Sato. So, a 15-year-old girl could be the murderer, is what you're telling me? Whoa! That's her? There's the young girl next to Miss McGilded, look! She must have been the one who caused a disturbance before. After that rather eventful recess, the court will now resume the trial of Mr. Magnus McGilded. Now then, Lord Von Zieks. My lord. I believe you have established the cause of the smoke which veiled proceedings earlier. Seems to have been an advanced form of smoke grenade, of the sorts typically employed by the army. Good gracious, the army! What in the devil's name? It was an elaborate attempt by a young girl to cloak her escape from the public gallery, but she was caught. And now occupies the stand. Your name, girl? Are you responsible for the smoke grenade which you induced such pandemonium here in the courtroom? What is the meaning of this deplorable behavior? Ahem, if I may, my lord. I think perhaps I ought to explain here. Why is it that this wee lass was here in the first place and why she tried to bolt like that? 'Tis all tied up with the events of that night, that's so it is. Very well, Mr. McGilded, give your testimony. You will explain to the court exactly how this young woman is involved in the case. Just what did happen that night? It's not like a defense lawyer needs that information or anything. The young girl. On the night in question, I took the back seat in the omnibus and promptedly nodded off. Then, bugger! A loud thud and a wee scream woke me up with a fast start. It was a fella, collapsed on the floor at my feet. So I sat him up on the seat across from me. And when I turned to find out where that scream had come from, and bless my soul, what did I find? There was a child in there, all curled up in a ball, hiding their wee self away. I remain somewhat baffled, I confess. But from what I gather on the night in question, this young girl was indeed riding in the omnibus, is that correct? 'Tis exactly as the defense counsel said. This lass was a 5th passenger, my lord. The defense may now cross-examine the witnesses. Are you ready, counsel? Yes, my lord. Or rather, no. I have no idea where to start. On the night in question, I took the back seat in the omnibus and promptly nodded off.
Hold it!
And when you first got into the omnibus, were there any other passengers already on board? There were not. The cabin was empty, and there was no one on the roof deck either. You were the first passenger, as it were, I see. Aye, and that's why I took the back side as I did. 'Tis the most comfortable, so it is. Could you explain exactly what you mean by the back seat? Oh, by all means, 'tis how you already described it earlier. I'm talking about the seat opposite the one in which the poor gentleman who was stabbed was sitting. Like I said, 'tis the most comfortable, where I feel at most ease. And of course, I enjoy gazing through the skylight from time to time as well. A loud thud and a wee scream woke me up with a fast start.
Hold it!
A loud thud, you say? And a scream? Aye, that's right. How can I explain it? It was like the sound of someone falling to the ground. That sort of noise. So you think it was the sound of Mr. Mason falling to the floor, having been stabbed? Well now, you'll remember I was asleep at the time, so I wouldn't like to say. And when the sound woke me and I opened my eyes, there wasn't a soul to be seen in the carriage but the fellow on the floor. You didn't see anyone? But at the same moment, you did hear a scream. From the seats above you on the roof deck, I presume? Not above me, no, my lord. It was from the inside of the cabin. But I wasn't altogether thinking about the scream. No, I was too stunned by the desperate sight before my eyes. There was a fella collapsed on the floor at my feet, so I sat him up on the seat across from me.
Hold it!
You say you sat him up, the victim, I mean. That I did, on the seat across from me, I said. I could plainly see the poor devil was already gone. And you wouldn't leave a dead man just lying on the floor now, would you? 'Tis common courtesy, so it is. The fuck? So, if he did fall on the floor, that would give the little girl, like, if he was sitting on the side with the equipment, maybe the girl did go underneath and then, like, she was trapped there in the... Okay, so it still could be viable. I find that a little hard to believe. Lord Van Zieks, now why would that be? You wake to find a man lying dead at your feet, and the carriage. No, any normal person would hail the cabin. I can't. This is hard. And the upstanding member of the London Society, that is. Well now, as you know, I'm in something of a special line of business. The business of lending money at exorbitant rates of interest. Unfortunately, my lord, not everyone is thankful for the help I offer them. And some would even see me dead. So I do try, where at all possible, to avoid getting myself in a tangle with trouble. Are you suggesting that you were just gonna leave the man there? Heavens alive, no! I was always intending to report it, so I was. Only, I had a mind to find out the whys and the wherefores first. The whys and the wherefores? Right you are. There were some details I wanted to understand before anyone else got to meddling. That wee scream I heard, for example. Wouldn't your good self do just the same? Yeah, the scream he says he heard at the same time as the thud of the victim collapsing. Then I turned to find what the scream had come from. Bless my soul, what did I find? What did you find? I'm afraid I don't understand. I'm sure you told the court that there was no one else in the carriage except yourself and the victim. So I did, sir, so I did. As far as I could see, that is. What do you mean by that? Well, now it is a queer thing. The wee scream I heard as I woke, I'm dying. It came from, if you'll excuse the vulgar expression, under me backside. Oh, yeah, okay. Under your backside? And when I lifted the seat on which I'd been sitting, I found there was a wee cubbyhole there for storage. We can examine the omnibus ourselves, remember? Yeah, I already saw it. The whole bus was submitted as evidence. And that's when I found her. There was a child in there, all coiled up in a ball, hiding her wee self away.
Hold it!
You say she was hiding herself? Aye, that's right. It was hard to see in the damn dim lamplight, but she was all curled up in a wee ball when our eyes met. Well, me heart nearly stopped beating in my chest. You're really overreacting this. Still, all in all, I pulled her out from under there and sat her on the seat opposite so I could have a wee chin wag with her. The seat opposite? That's right, just next to the dead gentleman there. First he picks up the guy off the floor who's dead and stabbed, places him on the seat. Okay, and then he takes the girl and he just like takes her out of the cubby. He's like, okay, a galley-ope. Sits him right next to a dead person. If I'm a 15-year-old girl, I don't want to be sitting next to a dead stabbed man. I'm gonna be scarred for life. What the fuck, bro? You sat this young girl next to a corpse, sir. Ah, well, as I am sure I mentioned, a gentleman in my position can all too often find himself in mortal danger. So, I needed to find out just who this urchin was, you see? And while I was in the middle of talking with her, I heard another scream, a fella's voice this time. Presumably that scream was Mr. First, who was sitting on the roof deck seats. Right you are again, I would say, sir. Looking down through the skylight, he must have seen this young girl and the gentleman with the knife in his belly. In other words, the previous witnesses did not, in fact, see you at all, Mr. McGilded. What they believed to be yourself and the victim was, in fact, this girl and the late Mr. Mason. Aye, my lord. I was, as I think everyone understands now, sat at the back of the carriage out of sight. This man lives in a completely different world. By the way, Nevi Moon, thank you so much for the 2-month resub. I really appreciate it, if I didn't already say that. It's certainly plausible. The defendant is somewhat diminutive in stature. And readily confused, perhaps, with this young girl. After that, of course, with the scream from the gentleman over us, the driver realized something was wrong and pulled up the horses. Thank you, I've heard enough. The events as explained are clear in my mind. However, at least one conundrum remains. Who is this girl? Her name is Gina Lestrade, my lord. She's a chancer. Errands are crushed among large crowds, reliving peoples of their purses. What's commonly called a pickpocket. This girl here, a petty thief. I've heard the name Lestrade before. Maybe I'm imagining things. Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade, you will answer the question. Why is this girl allowed to what the fuck? How dare you? What is the meaning of this? What was the point in that little sidestep? I know what you lot are thinking. Grown-ups are all the same. This dirty little dipper, you'll say, slipped up and got caught on the job. She got herself backed into a corner and so she knifed the gent. Go on. That's what's in your heads, ain't it? No, not at all. This is a court of law. We're here to determine the truth, not cast. Look, knives are for cowards. Only thugs use weapons like that. All I need is what I do with these fingers. I'm a professional, all right? Maybe not in your eyes, but I got pride in what I do. Let me guess, you don't count smoke guns among weapons for thugs? Oh, this? Yeah, this was in the bag I lifted the other day. Down where they keep the four-wheeled drags. It's nice, isn't it? I like the pink best. Do not wave that thing in my direction again! You admit that you were riding the omnibus on the night in question? telling the truth now. Alright, yeah. It's just like the Irishman said.
The court accepts this girl, Miss Gina Lestrade, as a valid and significant witness in this case. Accordingly, young lady, you will now hear your testimony, if you please. You'll tell the court exactly what happened in the omnibus on the night in question.
Alright, if I have to.
What the girl saw.
So I snuck inside the carriage before they locked up. They looked up the horses, just like always. But it was right old waste of time. I got nothing to show for me troubles that night. I'll tell ya, I can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's a pitch in there. Then after a while, I hear this loud bang. Nearly jumped out me skin, I did. And the scream just came out. It's because of that, this swell found me. This swell found me. He did help me get away, mind.
Yes, he let you go. I fail to understand why you would let this street urchin go, Mr. McGilded.
Ah, to simplicity itself, my lord.
You see, she couldn't possibly have killed the other passenger, knew that for a fact.
How?
As I'm sure I said before, sir.
I was sitting right on top of the place where she was hiding herself.
I think a demonstration is uncalled for.
This is where I was sat that night. And the cubbyhole of which you have spoken is underneath this...
Oh, that is the judge. The cubbyhole of which you have spoken underneath this seat, I presume? Does appear just large enough to accommodate someone of the girl's stature.
Aye, but of course the wee lass was stuck in there. Because I parked myself on the seat for the duration. So, you see, that's why I let the lass bolt. I knew that if the police found her there, they'd automatically assume that she'd done it. But I couldn't live with myself if a young life was ruined when all the time I knew she was innocent.
Even though you must have realized your action would result in your own innocence being called into question?
Not at all, my lord, not at all. I knew in my own heart that I was innocent. So I thought it was worth taking a punt on my own good name for the sake of this less fortunate lass. My goodness. Oh, what a perfect gentleman.
My lord! This fine example of a man cannot possibly be guilty of heinous crime like this! I'm ashamed of myself for ever doubting you, sir.
Oh shit, look at that! Anonymous gifter, thank you for gifting a sub to the community! With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time.
Saints alive! All 6 members of the jury consensual in their leading to a verdict of not guilty? Got 'em!
It must mean what? That we're victorious!
We've won? Are you sure?
Objection!
Oh, leg high! Whoa! If the sight of thy iron-heeled Wellington offends, pray, do forgive the discourtesy. This really is a consummate example of the one monumental flaw in British judicial practices, where evidence and reasoning should be paramount. Emotion rules the day. Emotion
The witness's latest statement gives us a clear insight into his true nature. What do you mean, his true nature? Do you really think Scotland Yard would have made such a glaring omission? After the incident, the omnibus was comprehensively searched by officers of the police. Obviously, the interior of this cubbyhole, as the witness put it, was included in their investigation. The compartment under the posterior seat was full of coachman's belongings. It's noted in black and white here in the police report. Good lord! The evidence has been tampered with. In order to corroborate Mr. McGilded's story, someone has unlawfully removed everything from under the seat. How could such a devious contrivance possibly have been effected, counsel? Naturally, we must acknowledge the deficiencies of the constabulary in allowing this to have happened. However, I assure you, but the omnibus was wheeled into the courtroom this morning. The compartment under the seat was not empty. Well, my Nipponese friend? Huh? Me? When the carriage was submitted as evidence, doubtless you examined it in fine detail, as would any self-respecting practitioner of the law. Thank you for the 100 bits. Pray, fine. What did you find the condition of the undersea compartment to be? Oh, to be sure, the young gentleman will be able to clear this up in a jiffy. Sorry? Go ahead, you tell the court now, fella. How this is an all-elaborate excuse by the desperate Lord Van Zieks. Don't you have something to say on this matter? How am I supposed to answer? What can I say about the state of that little compartment under the seat in the omnibus? Yeah, what can we say? It was, okay, earlier when we had checked, it was full of shit. I wonder if it changed with the whole gas thing. Let me check. I wonder if it changed. Oh, it's empty now. It was not before. Would you look at that? Would you look at that? It wasn't empty. So there's a discrepancy here. Do I say what it was before or what it is now? I'm gonna say what it was, because right now it's empty, but right before it wasn't empty. So I'm gonna go with what it was before it wasn't empty. I really don't know if giving this answer is helping my cause and as counsel for the defense. It's not. Technically, this is not helping me, but as far as I remember, at least, when I first examined the compartment, I'm fairly certain there were a number of articles inside of it, yeah. Bewitched! What are you saying now, you deaf dog? I thought you were on my side here. I am, but like, look, I gotta spit the facts. It wasn't empty, dude. But it's different. There was also not blood on the floor, I'm pretty sure, the first time I examined it. I'm fairly certain this is not the evidence in question. I think something was switched out. I am Like, I'm pretty damn sure. Oh God, I don't want to look at my VOD. The first time we looked in the cabin, there was also not blood on the floor. There was only blood on the seat. The blood on the floor just showed up. Now. I am pretty damn sure about that. I would have seen something that obvious, like blood on the floor at my feet. But there was none. It just is, it's there now though. Okay, I'm going crazy. Maybe it was there before. What the fuck? Oh, I'm losing it. Your task is to defend the man in the stand. What would you say something, why would you say something to compromise his position? I mean, I'm saying the truth. But there's also the blood that is there now. Unless I'm going crazy. God, I hope I'm not going crazy. As the advocate for the defense in this trial, I confess, I'm still not entirely sure where I stand. But it seems to me that I should state what facts I do know as clearly and honestly as possible. "'Tis not altogether pleasing, fella." "I'm simply telling the truth, Mr. McGilded." "Don't forget that you're supposed to be representing my best interests here, lad." "A fella's memory is a curious thing and not altogether reliable. No, the court must consider the facts. That there cubbyhole under the seat is as empty as the devil's heart, so it is. Do you think perhaps it would be in your best interest now to admit that you might have been mistaken?" Why do I feel like something's not right here? "I should like the jury to weigh it in on this matter, I think. That compartment is designed to house equipment used to maintain the smooth running of the carriage. The guild's rules state that omnibuses should be properly and fully equipped at all times. So it certainly would have been empty on the night in question. Beppo, isn't that irresponsible? That money-lending freezer and the pick purse are lying. Fuck. I don't mean to tip the scales in the other direction. I gotta be truthful here. It wasn't empty before. I can't believe I was nearly taken in. The stinking rich are always stinkers. Nothing but cowards, a lot of them. Wait, sir. I must concur here. With calm, calculated reasoning, arrives clearly at the truth every time. But every time a different truth, it seems. My lord, I humbly exhibit the scales of justice. Clearly, a verdict of not guilty at this time would be wholly inappropriate. Thank you, counsel. But before we proceed any further, there is no matter. This is the matter of the outstanding cross-examination. Counsel for the defense, begin your questioning of the witness, please. Yes, my lord. What just happened? The whole balance of the trial just shifted, almost beyond recognition. The Reaper of the Bailey is at work, it would seem. What is happening? So, I stuck inside the carriage before they looked up, and the horses, just like always. It was right old waste of time. I got nothing to show for me troubles that night. I'll tell you, I can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's pitch in there. I'm gonna press everything, I guess. Here we go.
Hold it!
So you were already in the omnibus before it even set off on its run?
Well, yeah. I mean, what's the point in spending a joey to make a few bob, eh? That's a rum idea, ain't it?
I suppose she means there's no point spending money to make money. It actually makes sense. What? Did I just read that right? Huh? That just sounds stupid to my business brain.
That's how you make money, is you spend money to make money. Whatever. Counsel, may I remind you that this girl is a petty thief? Kindly refrain from entertaining her tenants. Well, that does clear up the little mystery of the fares and all. 4 paying passengers at 5 pence apiece, making the 20 to which the cabman testified. And 1 little scapegrace riding for free. The red conk of a driver always goes for some grub before its last run, see? So, that's when I slip into the carriage and get myself hidden under the seat. Nice and easy, right? Not if you're a thief. Okay, true, if you're a thief, it's different. But your hiding place is a storage compartment. Full of equipment for the coach, you know? Yeah, there's brushes and buckets and whatnot in there, sure. I always chuck all that out and cram into quarters somewhere. No one ever seems to bother much. And yet, according to the report filed by the police officer who first arrived at the scene, the compartment was full of such paraphernalia. Well, I don't know nothing about that. Like I said, I moved all that stuff out so I could hide under the seat. That's all I can tell you. Oh, God. Seems we've reached the end of that line of inquiry. Continue. But it was right old waste of time. I got nothing to show for me troubles that night.
Hold it!
Fine. Be that way. Oh God, hold on. I'm trying to get my other Joy-Cons off of my thing. Oh God, wait, what is going on? Why did this go to 2? Give me a second. Okay. Well, that was easy. I'm gonna put my old Joy-Cons back on my Switch. Give me a sec. Alright, switcheroo. Waste of time, why is that? Most nights I'm on my own, on the God permit, at least some of the time. I beg your pardon, did you say God permit? Oh yeah. Well, that's what my kind call it. You'd say the omnibus, I suppose. The point is, any normal run, the carriage ain't got no one in it for a while. And that's when you came out of your hiding place and got away? That's it. Only that night. This cove was sat on me seat from the start. Didn't budge the whole day, did he? Not 1 inch. I was totally stuck. Do you mean to tell us that you were present in the carriage for the duration? You were under the seat the entire time while events unfolded in the enclosed cabin? Yeah. Right, mister? To be sure, I was as shocked as anyone. You don't expect to lift a cushion you'd been sat on and find a child now, do you? So this Miss Lestrade couldn't possibly be the culprit then. I'll tell you, I can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's pitch in there.
Hold it!
So you couldn't see out in the cabin at all? Not a joke. Most days I push the cushion up and with me head and look out the crack. Then I can have a butcher's at who I'm gonna fiddle. I thought you were a pickpocket, not a butcher. I mean, I can have a look. The seat I get under it ain't as plush as the other one, see? So most of the time, the passengers plan themselves opposite. But for some reason that night, this here Irishman spent the whole journey right over my head. But for that reason, you weren't able to push the cushion up to peek out, I see. Truth is, I ain't too happy in small, dark places. Feels too much like being thrown in the clink. But it's the only place I need carriages, so it's Obskin's choice. Why doesn't she just stick to picking people's pockets in the open then? I'd say there's some reason that she's not letting on, judging from her demeanor. So anyways, I was a bit scared, but I had to just stick it out under there. Nothing else for it. After After a while, I hear this loud bang. Nearly jumped out of my skin, I did, and the scream just came out. Because of that, this swell found me. He did help me get away, mine. All members of the jury decided the defendant was innocent. For one brief shining moment, it's clear that they're all still very unsure. If we could just find some conclusive piece of evidence among this new testimony, I'm sure we'd be able to find the verdict we want. Yes, I think you're right. And I have this niggling feeling something's bothering me, but I just can't quite put my finger on it. So the last one we didn't get to, right? Oh, the screen, right.
Hold it!
When you say a loud bang, do you mean the noise of someone falling to the floor? Could have been, I suppose. I don't remember so well. Point is, it made me jump. And you let out a scream involuntarily? That's right. And then I felt the cushion over me head get light all of a sudden. Presumably when the defendant got up in order to help the victim, yeah? Or not? It could equally have been the moment the accused stood in order to stab his victim, could it not? Well, girl, did you see what happened at that crucial moment? Yeah, I saw it. I pushed up the cushion and had a quick butcher's what? That's a connection issue. While I had the chance, didn't I? The Irishman was sitting up the bloke would have fallen on the floor on the seat opposite. That matches Mr. McGilded's account, of course. But then, the fella suddenly turns around and looks right at me. I sunk back down again, but it was too late by then. I should have never risked looking. It's because of that this swell found me. He did help me get away, mine. And when Mr. McGilded discovered you, he pulled you out from your hiding place. I was scared stiff. I was dragging me out and sat me down on the seat and all. Next to the victim, Mr. Mason? Yeah, the bloke had a knife in his guts. Was still bleeding. Then the carriage lurched a bit and he ended up falling onto me. How awful. Both me hands got covered in blood and made me feel sick as a dog. Both your hands covered in blood, that must be what the rooftop passenger saw. After that, I believe you talked with Mr. McGilded for a while, is that correct? He asked me some stuff. Wanted to know me name and what I was up to and at. Then I heard something from above. Someone screamed. Mr. First on the roof deck, one would presume. Well, I didn't want no one seeing me face, so I didn't look up. Then the horses were drawn up smartish, and this Irishman says to me, "Get back under the seat. I'll see that you can get away later." Blah 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 blah. I got nothing to show for me troubles that night. You can't see a thing in that hiding place. It's pitch in there. After a while, I hear this loud bang. Nearly jumped out of me skin, and the scream just came out. I honestly am so confused. What do we have again? The whole thing is just so confusing to me. Everybody's lying. I thought that... God. The person I'm trying to defend is not helping me in this case right now. which makes this a little hard. This is maddening. This is maddening. So I snuck inside the carriage before they looked up the horses, just like always. Okay. Waste of time, I got nothing to show for me troubles that night. You can't see a blind thing in that place. It's pitch in there. After a while I hear this loud bang, nearly jumped out, and scream just came out. It's because of this that the swell found me. I have no idea what to do here. So the only thing that I could possibly present is the bus itself. And this just reports that the knife single... Okay, she doesn't have any idea about that. It's not gonna help me. This is just how it's found. This is the murder weapon itself, and then the omnibus. So the gloves would hold no significance. The ledger holds no significance. So it's a matter of the omnibus itself. There's very little evidence to present in this case for her. She says that she can't see a blind thing. Yeah, that makes sense. Got nothing to go on. I know I pressed all of them. I'm sure that I pressed everything. Did I? There's so much about this situation that's so weird. Man, I'm like completely stumped. I don't even have a theory. I had a theory, but the fact that the person I'm defending is currently lying to me makes everything so hard. Oh, there. Wait, what the fuck?
Excuse me.
Is something wrong, Mr. McGilded? Oh, I do apologize. Was there something the matter, counsel? I'm just wondering if Mr. Lestrade's last comment made something occur to you, perhaps? You seem to be thinking something to yourself. Oh, no. 'Twas nothing important. I was feeling bad for the poor lass is all. I remember feeling desperate myself as a young lad shut up in the dark. 'Twas terrifying, so it was. Sure we can all sympathize. I'm still scared of the dark now. Aye, and I don't know about yourself. But I find that the darkness seems to make everything you hear seem that much louder as well. Yeah. I suppose it does, maybe. Miss Lestrade? Did you hear something that night? Anything? An unusual noise, perhaps? Nah, not really. All I could hear was the Irishman snoring. But jabbers, there's no need to tell the whole world of me foibles, you little scamp. What a pity. If only Miss Lestrade had heard something, it might have given us a vital new clue. What should we make of that last statement of hers? It's profoundly important. My lord! I believe the statement just made by the witness is profoundly important. All she said was that she heard nothing. Yeah, which is the profoundly important point. I'm almost sure of it. I'm almost sure that I don't understand the inner workings of your Eastern mind, Counsel, nonetheless. Miss Gina Lestrade, you will supplement your formal testimony by repeating that last statement, if you please. Oh, what? Supplement? Oh, what are you on about? Don't give me old fancy talk. I know what you're trying to do. Well, it won't work on me. That's right. Insult the judge. Always a good move. It's because of that the swell found me. Okay, so that was the new statement? I was straining my ears to work out what was going on, but all I could hear was snoring.
Hold it!
So you were straining to hear what was happening the entire time since the moment you hid yourself? Not exactly, no. Sorry? Well, there was no one in the cabin to start with. I could just push the cushion up and have a butcher's to see what was what. But then when I saw that this is so hard. The swell getting on me, I got me head down so he didn't notice me. Miss McGilded sat on the seat under you, which you were hiding, correct? Yeah, would you Adam and Eve it, eh? What a mug! So then all I could do was listen. I was waiting to jump out there as soon as I heard him leave, see? But would he? Not likely. Even though we stopped in there, I never heard the door open. So I just had to stay put and listen to him driving his pigs to the market, snoring like an old dog he was. Are there any conclusions we can draw from that, I wonder? Doesn't add up. Miss Lestrade, what you have just told the court is clearly at odds with the facts. At odds? Are you sure, man? Absolutely. It seems my learned Nipponese friend is not as dull-witted as I feared. So Van Zieks realized it too. Oh, he called me smart? Mwah! Let's go. Counsel, I must insist that you bolster your claim with evidence, or some complicit party's name at the very least. Yes, my lord. I expect you to demonstrate this alleged contradiction to the court. According to Miss Lestrade, whilst she was hiding in the omnibus last night, she heard nothing but the sound of Mr. McGilded snoring. But think, Ryunosuke, think! Oh, we got double! There's something else she should have heard. Show a person. The screaming. She should have heard the hat person scream. He said he screamed. I want to make sure I'm reading that right. Show a person. Very well, my lord. Allow me to elaborate. On a particular sound that Miss Lestrade could not have failed to hear on the night in question. The sound very clearly explained by the presence of the following person. The hat. Lady first. He screamed. Oh, she's not 15, she's 17. That makes it all the better. I really hope this is right. This man screamed.
Take that!
It would seem phantoms are at work again. This time in my Nepalese friend's ears. No sound is apparent to me at all. What? He screamed, though, in his testimony. Allow me to introduce you to a sound that will be very real indeed, however. The sound of your death throes. He's right. That was loud. Well then, counsel. According to Miss Lestrade, while she was hiding in the omnibus last night, she heard nothing but the sound of Mr. McGild snoring. But think, Ryunosuke, think. Something else she should have heard. I am so confused now. There were people screaming. And there was a thud on the ground. Apparently there was a loud bang. I'm trying to remember everybody's testimony. The guy gets stabbed. He thuds on the ground. Mr. McGilded picks up the man who gets stabbed, puts him on the seat. The girl comes out of her thing. She screams. She gets picked up by Mr. McGilded and gets put on the seat. The only other thing I have to go on is the thud. If he got stabbed and he fell on the ground and there was like a loud bang, which was claimed before, then what would I present? Like the blood on the floor of the cabin is the only thing I can think of. Like he fell on the ground and then there was blood on the floor. I'm just trying to think of a way to prove what I'm trying to say. Not a person, but maybe I just present the omnibus, the inside, the blood on the inside, as proof of like the thud of the body on the ground. I have nothing else. Fuck it. I got nothing else. This better not be wrong. If it is, I'm really stumped. I'm honest.
Take that!
Fuck. God damn it. Shit. Shit, I need to think. I have to work that brain cell? Fuck. Fuck, is this where we get a game over? Is this it? No. I shouldn't have gone for that. Man, I thought I was like fine from the other two trials. I was like, oh, I can bullshit. I bullshitted the answer earlier on purpose. So I would have had 2 lives here. Man, if I get a game over all because I was joking around earlier, that'd be sad. Fuck. Think. My brain cells, guys, I don't got them. They're gone. What happens if I get a game over? You know what? No, we're not gonna get a game over. I got my shit together. It's okay. According to Miss Lestrade, she was hiding in the omnibus that night. She heard nothing but the sound of Mr. McGilded snoring, but think. What am I missing? What am I forgetting? I might have said it before, and this is just one of those really fucking dumb moments, man. She was hiding in the omnibus. She heard nothing but the sound of Mr. McGilded snoring. Let's just, okay. My only approach right now is process of elimination. I've come down to that. The autopsy report has nothing to do with this. The picture might. The gloves have... Would you hear somebody picking up a body off the ground and... No. No significance. Omnibus, no significance. Murder weapon. You wouldn't hear a stabbing, necessarily. What does the wording say, specifically? I'm trying, chat. I'm trying. I'm sorry. I don't mean to let you guys down. I don't want to let you guys down. This has no significance. So am I supposed to show a person? Some person's testimony. Magnus himself? When? Give me a second. Why? Oh, God, this is not the time for my brain to take a massive shit. Fuck. Nothing but the sound of Mr. McGilded snoring. This is where your brain ends? Yeah. This is it. This is where the brain collapses. There's like so much she should have heard. I don't understand. It can't be... Okay, no. No. I'm saying no to everything! Take my brain cell? Thank you. No. Maybe. No. I'm still questioning this. That's gonna give me a game over and I know it. Fuck. So if this happened before... Wait, I think I need to think of the turn of events from the very beginning. The sequence of events from the very beginning. So, if she's... claiming... I'm getting there, I'm getting there. Why am I so stumped? This is so sad. Alexa, play Despacito. I'm going for the game over. What she would be... It's a person. It's a counter statement to somebody, or... We going for the game over. I'm sorry, chat. There's no way that this is it. Fucking hell. My first game over. I can't believe it. I'm not cut out for detective work after all. I can't be a lawyer. It's a counter statement to somebody. Ah!
Take that!
It's not it. I'm wondering why the guy didn't work, though. Why wouldn't that be a viable option? Because they're referring to before the time of the murder, not after the time of the murder. Oh, okay. Well, this will be interesting to see. According to the powers vested in me by Her Majesty the Queen, I declare no further examination necessary. As such, I shall be requesting the final decisions of the jury. Oh man, there's like a whole sequence for this? Phew. Oh god.
Guilty!
Guilty.
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 Hold on. Let me keep thinking.
Guilty.
I guess testimonies. Okay, so person. It's a person. It's a person. If it's a... retry from the scene. I don't know how far into this scene. Wait, there's auto saves. That's why I wasn't worried, because the game has been auto saving. I just don't know where the last auto save was. That was, oh, literally 2 minutes ago? Wait. 12:37 was 3 minutes ago. Okay. I'm hoping this is okay. Keep thinking, keep thinking. Okay, it was literally... Oh, we're on our last one, though. It's okay. Wait! It's not letting me go to a person, though. Oh, fuck. So this is after the decision. You have to present, Oh, so if it's a person, then I'm fucked. Oh, God. That's unfortunate. That's just straight unfortunate. So I chose to show a piece of evidence. Unless the evidence is... I don't know. I did trust the autosave. I was like, oh, the autosave got my back, so don't worry about it. Guys, why am I so dumb? What's happening to me? What's happening to me? My brain is completely crashed. It's so frustrating. Maybe it's because I didn't eat. Look at me blaming the fact that I skipped breakfast. My brain is empty.
Take that!
So it's a person. What person would she have heard? What, besides the victim himself? Food does make you smart. Yeah. Food makes you smart. Yes. Oh god, is there a way to skip this?
Guilty!
Guilty.
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 Brain food.
Guilty.
I don't want to take a break.
Guilty.
I'm literally going to be on a podcast in 2 hours and I'm hoping I can finish this whole episode. This is not very good. I can't take a break for food. I'm actually not hungry, so it's fine. I'm just blaming food. There's not a lot of people that it could be, is my thing. Oh, easy peasy. Perfect. So if it's just here, that's not bad at all. So we know what to press. But while we're going through this, I can actually think for a second. Sorry, I'm gonna... This might do me some good to actually reread this, considering my brain is half functioning. After a while, I hear a loud bang, nearly jumped out of my skin, and the scream just came out. So, they're referring to beforehand. Starting to think I did need the whiteboard today, yeah. Oh, that's what I did before. Okay, I guess I have to press the other stuff too. No matter. Oh, can you steal her hat? Her hat is really, really cute. Yeah, you know what I was gonna say? Her hat's really cute. And there's a button missing on the victim. And I was gonna suspect that she killed the guy because she wanted to take his button for her own hat, but yeah. Anyway. I mean, look, she has She has 2 buttons on the top of her hat and he's missing a button. Maybe she was missing a button too. Is that not very viable? So this little girl, she's a pickpocket. She lost one of the buttons on her hat. And as a result, murdered the man to take his button so her hat would look majestic again. I think it's very curious that the buttons look almost exactly the same. All right. I think I solved this case. All right. Yep. Oh, I'm not losing it. That's a very logical way of thinking, sir. Okay? This is a murder case. You have to take in all of the facts. You don't know what this little girl is capable of. What if she just, you know, buttons. Maybe she has like this whole backstory with buttons. Make her so angry that she just wants to commit murder. Yeah, she killed the man for a button. Even though she's a pickpocket and she totally could have stolen the button, but in this case, maybe there's something else. We're gonna get this. So this is supposed to be the case of— oh shit, I didn't mean to do that. This is supposed to be the case of the runaway, what is this? It's called the runaway something. The runaway rail cart or something.
Hold it!
It's referring to the button. Yeah. Shut your trap hole.
Hold it!
Hold it!
Well, no. Excuse me.
All right, so here's where we actually start to get somewhere. Oh, wow. Oh, sorry. Computer blew up for a sec. Okay, okay. I have one other thought. Oh no! My god. I'm losing my mind. My thought... I'm wondering... Could it be a trick question? The fact that she heard nothing. Oh, that's annoying. Okay, I am...
Hold it!
They presented it in a way where they're like, she only heard Mr. McGilded snoring. So, my line of thinking was that, like, it couldn't have been him as an option. But, I'm thinking maybe that actually is the evidence that we present now.
Well, no. Excuse me.
I need to pay attention. Maybe that's why I'm so stumped. I ruled him out immediately. Alright, whenever we get to, I'm gonna present Mr. McGilded as the piece of evidence. Okay, it's profoundly important. I got it. Okay, and then we'll present.
Hold it!
Okay. Oh! I'm sorry I'm losing brain cells as the stream goes on. Yeah, I think it is Mr. McGilded that we're supposed to present. Which is weird. It's like it seems tricky. Okay. Brain cells, Crystal. Alright, the brain cells have gathered into telling me that I should present Miss Magnus McGilded.
Take that!
Fuck! God damn it! No! Okay. I think we've gotten all of the options. At this point, it has to have been the victim. She would have heard Mr. Brickmaker. That's it. That's my last... this is the last strike that we got. Last strike. It's the victim. God. No more... No! Oh, no! Fuck! No! I'm getting so eager that I button mashed and I clicked the No! It's the Brickmaker. Can I go back? It's the Brickmaker. I know it now. It's a fucking Brickmaker. The person that got murdered. It's him. No! No!
Take that!
Fucking, I'm getting impatient. Oh. So I'm button mashing and I clicked evidence instead of person. I think I got it. It's the victim. Please kill me. Show a person. Show a person, and the person is the victim. Thrice fired, Mason.
Take that!
Got it. Oh. God. Oh, my brain cells, they're all gone. The victim of Mr. Mason boarding the omnibus. Literally as simple as that. Explain your reasoning, counsel. Miss Lestrade, allow me to confirm something. You claimed earlier that you were the first person on board the omnibus. Is that correct? Yeah, of course I was. I got on while the driver was in the pub, didn't I? And the next person to board the omnibus was Mr. McGilded. That it was. Not a soul was in the cabin when I climbed aboard. At least not in plain sight. So you were, to all intents and purposes, alone in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus at that time. Did I not just say as much? I wasn't traveling with anyone else, if that's what you mean. Yeah, I saw him get on it, remember? Then the crack under the seat cushion. He was on his own for sure. And from what we've heard, the carriage made a number of stops after that on its onward journey. During which time, did you not hear the door opening or closing at all? Nah, I never heard it. That's exactly what I was listening for, weren't it? Waiting for this swell to leave. In which case, when and how did the victim end up on the carriage? We know that the victim collapsed inside the enclosed cabin of the omnibus. Therefore, Miss Lestrade's statement about what she did or did not hear is at odds with the facts. Woo! Why is there a lot of deleted messages? Chat, please. Stop backseating. This petty thief's statement was clearly flawed. Lord Van Zieks! Yes, he knew all too well that there was an inconsistency in Miss Lestrade's statement. Oh God. It would seem words of thanks are in order for the learned friend. What are you talking about? Sorry, I forgot about what accent I was doing for him because it's been a while. You have demonstrated matters impeccably. Because we are Dracula. This witness and her colorful statements are entirely unreliable. Her words are inconvenient untruths, nothing more. Wow. Okay, so that's what he's gonna do. He's dead right. How could the victim possibly not boarded the omnibus? That makes no sense whatsoever. And this girl is a pickpocket. Let's not forget that. She didn't even say anything. I didn't want the to judge the dear little mite just because she was some rather naughty ways. But I must say, I can't abide liars.
And neither can I. Mr. Foreman, I didn't want to judge the girl just because she had some less than salubrious ways. But I must say, I cannot abide liars. I trusted Granny with my life. What is happening? That's 5 jury members leaning towards guilty. Is he gonna crush that glass too? Glass number 3? No consideration for others is refreshing, my Nipponese friend. To the considerable troubles you have spared me. Yes, very refreshing. What are you playing at? Have you forgotten who you're working for, you useless Eastern Amadon? This is carnage, it's perfect! Juror number 2 is the only one left. Mr. Naruto, the way this is going, I know, if we can't find some new way to convince everyone of Mr. McGilded's innocence, the judge will rule we'll have lost. I very much wanted to believe the words of one of London's most respectful gentlemen. But those of us in service know we must accept hard truths.
Hold it!
Yes, the witness's last statement seems to have revealed a critical inconsistency in her story. However, if we consider the possibility that her statement is in fact the truth, it may shed an entirely new light on this whole case. What are you saying? Counsel? I'm sorry, sir. Whatever do you mean? Counsel, I will not tolerate you attempting to prorogue my adjudication. Explain yourself at once. When the accused boarded the omnibus on the night in question, the victim was nowhere to be seen. Subsequently, the carriage door was not heard opening a single time, as testified by the witness in the stand. And yet the victim's body was found inside the carnage. The carriage, not carnage. If this petty thief's words are to be believed, how do you explain the victim's miraculous appearance inside the cabin of the omnibus? There's only one way to explain how the victim came to be inside the carriage. There's another entrance. He was put there after he died. He was in there already. I want to say that there's another entrance based off of like the floor of the omnibus itself was very sus. So we're gonna go with the entrance. If the door wasn't opened even once, the only explanation is that the victim entered the enclosed cabin some other way.
Objection!
Fuck. I wonder what new fantasy you would come up with in your blind panic. But behold, the omnibus is here for all to see. Only one side of the enclosed cabin is furnished with the door, the other has only windows. Fixed windows, which cannot possibly open. In short, there is no entrance to the cabin other than the door.
Objection!
But there could be. There's one possibility you haven't considered. Oh, really? Yes, one other way inside that isn't the door. Another opening, the use of which allowed the victim to appear inside the enclosed cabin. The defense will identify the location for the court. Here is the omnibus on which the incident occurred. What on earth is this entrance by which you propose the victim entered the cabin? I mean, the top, right? I mean, you just go in from the fucking top. Is that not obvious?
Take that!
The answer is obvious! It could only have been the skylight.
I say the skylight.
Objection!
Your ludicrous proposal almost had me lost for words. However,
Objection!
the skylight may have well be large enough for someone to pass through.
Objection!
Well, these objections are too much. So you claim. But do you have a shred of evidence to support your adult brain theory? That was a lot of objections. Both Mr. McGilded and Miss Lestrade said the same thing in their testimonies. They each claimed to have heard a loud thud, such as the noise made by someone falling to the floor. So he got stabbed, fell through the sky, whatever, the roof. He fell through the roof window, was stabbed up there, fell in, put up. Oh! It's the sound of the victim falling from the seat having been assaulted with the dagger. It has, but would a man slipping from the seat onto the floor really have made such a loud noise as the witnesses describe? And now a noise loud enough to cause Miss Lestrade to let out an involuntary cry, in fact. Perhaps, in fact, that was the moment that the victim made his entrance into the cabin. No, let me rephrase that. The victim didn't enter the cabin as such. He fell into it.
Objection!
My brain is on again! Let's go! You're now suggesting that the victim fell from the skylight into the cabin. That's simply impossible. How can you be so sure? Because if the victim had fallen inside through the skylight, as you say, the passengers on the roof deck would have seen it happen. And yet not one person made mention of such events in their testimony. Oh, and two people can't lie out of their asses? That's true, but... Might a humble fella make a wee comment here? Mr. McGilded. To be sure now, the two fellas who were sat on the roof that testified before said nothing of the victim falling through the skylight. But it seems to me, my lord, that 'tis not so much the case of them not saying, but... Aye. 'Tis a case of them being unable to say. I think perhaps the two fellas do be having something of a compelling reason not to mention what happened. Would yous not agree, fine ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Oh my goodness, surely not. Those two chaps on the roof? You mean the ones who stuck that knife in the man were? So now this begs the question of who did it? Which of the two men on the roof? Just what exactly are you insinuating here, you blither? Whoa, what is he doing? The booty be bouncing! Let's go! He booty bumping! What the fuck is that? You rudder, he said, you rudder. What are you insinuating? Booty bop, let's go! This is flaming outrage. I've a good mind to give you a blinker in a minute. Dude, this takes twerking to the next fucking level, bro. What the hell? All right, I'll give you exactly what happened in this scenario. With this newfound evidence, here's the new crystal theory, all right? Presented to you by yours truly. All right, so Mr. Lady First, as the name suggests, came onto this bus very angry. He saw that Miss Gina entered the bus first. He witnessed this from like outside the carriage, and I don't know. He was witnessing the 17-year-old child go in the carriage first. Or sorry, not first. He saw, oh God, wait, let me backtrack. He's like all about ladies first in the carriage, but he witnessed Mr. McGill walking in first before Gina. This makes total sense, by the way. I'll make it work. Before Gina did. So this makes him very angry. And what added to the anger on top of that? Oh, let me present to you, chat. In this photograph, what do you notice about this hat? Doesn't it look very similar to Mr. Hatter guy, Mr. Ladies First? Yeah, of course. It looks very similar. What if he made the hat of the victim and was very upset with some course of action and decided to murder him himself and drop him through the sky roof to blame Mr. McGilded for being the person that walked into the carriage before the girl did, as a way of getting revenge because ladies go first in the carriage. Let's go. So he framed Mr. McGilded out of pure anger that this lady did not enter the carriage first. It is so sad that some of that makes sense, so we're gonna roll with it. That is exactly what happened in this murder case. He's very angry, all right? This is a crime of hat fashion. This is a crime of ladies not entering the carriage first. I have this whole thing figured out. The brain cells are now working. It all makes sense. It is entirely clear. I've got this. All right, I just popped off, man. That was tiring. You're effectively accusing me, a city drummer and well-respected banker. And me, a very angry hatter. Suggesting that someone like me could have stabbed that man in the guts it's a disgrace, it's scandalous, I protest in the strongest possible terms. That's right, I protest too about you rotten scoundrel. Yes! Oh wow, thank you for the chant. Thank you, I appreciate it. Whew. I will not permit this wanton invasion of the stand. Return to the anteroom at once. But this is beyond reason, my lord. It's outrageous. It's very hurtful, you know. My lord, if I may comment. Go ahead, Lord Van Zieks. It was the defense that incited this outburst from the witnesses. My learned friend has seen fit to abandon all protocol and accuse the witnesses without proof. Oh. Well, fuck you too. Wait, what's going... Hello? It says it's on. You see the green light on my Joy-Con? It literally says it's... What'd I do? Oh god, what did I do? Hi! Ain't nothing bad happening here. Hi, chat, what's up? Yeah, look, we're fine. Everything's fine. My learned friend has seen fit to amend all protocol and accuse the witnesses without proof. Accuse? I never intended to. It seems, young Nepalese, that your command of the English tongue is wanting. You propose to this court that the victim fell through the skylight with the roof from the roof deck of the omnibus. That hypothesis cannot possibly stand without the rooftop passengers being aware of the events. You have branded these gentlemen liars. You have intimidated their criminal guilt. In our British courts of law, this is what is termed as a baseless accusation. I know I was rash to put this idea forward without any actual evidence, but you can't just dismiss it without a second thought. What are you waiting for? What are we wasting time for? Get them to testify. I know something fishy about that hat from the moment I laid eyes on the fellow. We have to see this matter through now, one way or another. If there's filth and rubbish in our midst, we must dispose of it at once. Testify! Testify! What's happening, Mr. Naruto? The spectators in the public gallery they're in a complete frenzy. Mr. First! My lord. You will take to the stand and make another formal testimony in reference to the indictment brought by the defense. Yes, my lord. I didn't come here for this. There's no time to think this through. All I can do is keep pushing forward. Testify! Testify! Get fucked, bitch! I know it's you! We're the only two people up on that roof deck, dead or alive. I can swear it. If anything had happened where we were sitting, don't you think one or the other of us would have noticed? In any case, neither of us know the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man. This guy, oh God, why are you booty bouncing? Jesus Christ, the skylight was shut the entire time, I tell you. We couldn't possibly have opened it. If you're so sure that the victim fell through the skylight, where's your proof? I must say, on listening to this testimony, it is somewhat hard to imagine how either witness could have performed any malevolent act on this open rooftop deck without the other noticing forthwith. That's right, you see? We're innocent, I tell you! Although logically, of course, the argument falls down if the two of you were in collusion with one another. What? Eh? According to the investigations by Scotland Yard, the two witnesses shared no common dealings. Ha! Well, I don't trust coppers any more than I trust the stinking rich. Something doesn't feel right here. They definitely know each other. The trial is going in our favor, really. So why do I feel so uneasy? Counsel for the defense, over to you. Your cross-examination, please. Gladly! I got this, okay? We were the only two people up on that roof deck, dead or alive. Are you sure about that? So, at no time did the victim, Mr. Mason, climb up to join you on the roof deck? Absolutely not, Dickin. No question about it, he said. None at all. Oh, but yes, of course. I remember seeing them both. I saw the victim inside the enclosed cabin talking with this man here. Is this true, Mr. McGilded? Dear me, my lord, at the risk of repeating myself, I boarded the omnibus alone and nodded off inside almost immediately. That's an outright lie. Without doubt, you were engaged in... Let me stop you there, fella, and ask, do you have any evidence at all? It's all about evidence in the court these days, so it is. You'll do well to remember that. I saw you with my own eyes. This is going so well. I feel like we're very close. We almost got this. If anything had happened where we were sitting, don't you think one of us would have noticed? Okay, yeah, no. It was on the final run of the omnibus at past 10 o'clock in the evening. It would certainly have been quite dark, perhaps too dark to see clearly. Is this some kind of lock? Is this some kind of joke, he said? Is this what this is? Or perhaps one or the other of you fell asleep briefly? Are you fair dinkum, sir? Are you serious, sir? That's what he said. It's impossible, I tell you. I'd give you the keys to the vault if you could fall asleep in that bitter cold. And if you did manage it, your eyelids would freeze shut and you'd never open them again. That's extreme. It was extreme, I tell you, and we had to put up with it because this man had locked the door. Any true gent would have unlocked it and let me in whenever I knocked. I'm dreadfully sorry about that, young fella. But you see, I was away with the fairies and didn't hear ye at all. That's a lie, and you saw through the glass you were talking to someone. 'Twas a cold night, so it was. People do be seeing things that aren't real in the cold. 'Tis hardly surprising. Seeing things? I believe we have reached an impasse here on this particular point. You! Don't take it personally now, lad. If I'm a suspect in this case, then 'tis only fair that you and the other fiend are too. Open and free competition is what a capitalist society is all about. This isn't a completion I should like to be involved in, really. In any case, neither of us know the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man. You literally have a debt with, oh, Mr. McGilded, but not the victim. Okay, you're right about that. But I'm still gonna be like, hi, bitch, I'm here. So you have never met Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason before? Oh, no, not once, never. He never met the man before, he said, never. And you, Mr. First, had no prior dealings with the victim either. That's right, sir. Hatters don't have much to do with brickmakers, so perfectly honest, sir. Oh yeah, but your hats seem very similar. You see, how many different ways can I put this? Neither of us had the remotest connection to the gentlemen who were inside the cabin. Oh?
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Mr. McGilded? Yes, counsel. What can I be doing for you? Did the witness's last statement give you pause for thought somehow? Not the remotest connection? Is that right now? I wonder. What are you insinuating now? Mr. Fairplay. That has been too long, so it has. If I'm not very much mistaken, I believe 'tis fast approaching, is it not? Your repayment date. I beg your pardon? You borrowed 20 guineas from me, sir. At an unconscionable rate of interest. You tricked me. It's extortion. Well now, is that a touch of begrudgery, is it? The sort of begrudgery that might motivate a fella to pass his crimes off on another? And young Mr. First. Me, sir, what do you want with me, sir? You do be making hats for a living, do you not? Then that there top hat sliding off your head, is that one of your own creations, is it? I'm still just an apprentice, you understand? I'm learning to find the perfect fit for whatever fine gent walks through the door. The perfect fit, is it? Well, 'tis a very distinctive design, so it is. Many customers like it, I tell you. They like a distinctive touch. Customers. Such as Thrice-Fired Mason. There was a photographic print of the victim submitted as evidence for. Oh my god, this is... Why is this happening again? It's literally lit up. There's no disconnection. I don't understand. This is really strange now. What the hell? Okay. I'm just gonna keep switching every time. It was photographed print of the victim submitted as evidence for my lord. See, I did notice that the hat of the victim, you know, could be made by Mr. Hatter on our omnibus. I can't help thinking that the poor fella's hat looks distinctly familiar, wouldn't you say? Oh! That's one of my hats! Aye, that it is. So it would seem the brickmaker was a customer of yours. The sort of customer, I'd wager, you could have had a wee quarrel with over the distinctiveness of the goods. No, sir. Absolutely not, sir. Well, there's really nothing more to add. It wouldn't be right to say that the two fellas here have the remotest connection to the victim, you see? Okay, that time it did disconnect. It's doing the blinky blink. Okay, now it's connected. That time it was a genuine disconnection. I rest my case. You little weasel! He's better at this than I am. Mr. McGilded has certainly been thorough in his research, hasn't he? Hey, I noticed the same thing. She's saying, please don't let me little interruption hold you up in the proceedings. The skylight was shut the entire time, I tell you. We couldn't possibly have opened it. Oh, wait, shit. Wait, no, go back. Press that.
Hold it!
Are you quite certain about that? That the skylight was shut the entire time? I'm gonna lose my block with you in a minute. He's gonna lose his rag with you in a minute. That's what he said. Take a look for yourself. Go on. You see? It's shut fast now. Just like it was on the night. So it is, of course. A fellow the size of Mr. Mason could likely break through it. It's still in all. What? Just looking at the size of the thing, you understand? Hold on there a minute, sir. The size of the thing, it means nothing. Not on its own, let's consider the bigger picture here, shall we? Let's stop biting our cane, shall we? I was riding the omnibus on another occasion when, well, I broke wind loudly. I shocked myself with it, as it happens. Okay. Great. Good to know in a courtroom. I'm very happy for you. This is an unexpected confession, Mr. First. I just meant to say, well, the point is, I tried to open the skylight, you see? But just my luck. I couldn't make it budge. The stench was terrible. God damn it. My own stench was terrible. God, what did I eat earlier that day? I wonder. Everyone was looking daggers at me, sir. I went as red as rouge, I did. Are you expecting me to sentence you? Oh no, sir. The point is, the skylight can't be opened. I tried and tried when I was inside that cabin of shame.
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say about that, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade! It opens. Hmm? The skylight. That's what we're talking about, right? Okay, girl, you don't— what are you doing? Stop! Who allows this in a courtroom? Oh, the skylight's open dead easy. More easily than you can load that weapon? That's a lie, I tell you. Otherwise, when I broke wind, You can't do it from the inside, you mug. Look, a few weeks ago, I was up on the roof deck of one of them drags. And I had a great haul. I mean, I had purses coming out of me ears. Miss Lestrade, this is not the forum to be gazing on the subject of your criminal activities. It's okay, it's fine. She's 17, it's fine. Sure. Well, anyway, I had a bit of a scare. Well, I lifted the last bloke's purse. He got wise to me. All four of them surrounded me, so I couldn't hop off the bus and leg it. So what I did, I used the skylight, opened the catch and jumped right through. Yeah, the catch for them skylights is on the top side. That's why you can't open them from the cabin. The skylight opens from the roof deck. Bailiff? Climb up on the roof of the omnibus at once and verify this witness's claims. Oh my hat! See? Spicy. We getting spicy now. It appears that this street girl's statement is quite true. I don't believe it. The skylight opens, and from the roof deck. This could be the clue we're looking for. Is it? Well, counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination. So the skylight opens. Perhaps I should investigate it for myself. If you're so sure the victim fell through the skylight, where's your proof? I'm gonna try to find that. So we're looking at the skylight, which can open now. But now the catch has been undone. We should be able to open it. Oh! What is this? What's that? Oh yeah? What's this I see? Oh? Oh? This is the roof deck of the omnibus. Oh, you must have had a wonderful view of the London streets from up here. The people sit all the way up here on a bitter winter night with the cold rushing past them, and they have to pay money to do so? I can't imagine. Wait, why are we talking about the bench? I clicked on the blood, you fucking dumbass. Get out of here. Blood. There's blood. There's a lamp enclosed in the cabin, so I'm sure the witnesses would have been able to see quite clearly. Okay, they really... Okay, you just can't point out the blood? Okay. Well, so... This is my proof! My proof is on the omnibus, sir! There's blood on the sky roof, whatever it's called. Present my evidence. There's clearly something odd about that last statement made by the witness. There's clearly something odd here. Indeed, your behavior. What? Bruh. There is that. You cannot tell me that is not the answer. There is blood right here. Do I examine it from the inside? Do I need to point it out? Possibly. There's no way that is not the answer here. It does open very wide. Wide enough to kick someone like you through, certainly. Why someone like me? Look, just here. Look at this. That's... Yeah, it's fucking blood. I've been trying to point it out 3 times, you fucks. Why would there be a bloodstain there? Surely, it can't be unrelated to the case, can it? Oh, the entry updated. So I just got a strike for no fucking reason is what you're telling me? So, you sure the victim fell through the skylight? Where's your proof? Now we present it. Are you fucking serious? On the night in question, the victim was fatally stabbed in the stomach. And immediately afterwards, the victim's body was pushed through the skylight into the cabin below. Those are the facts and the irrefutable proof. Remains clearly visible in the omnibus that stands before us today in this very courtroom. That's utter humbug. You can't possibly have any evidence. No, you can't. I mean, we didn't do it. I tell you, it's impossible. counsel. I believe everyone would appreciate a little clarification here, Where exactly within the omnibus is the evidence to which you allude? You will point out what it is that proves the victim fell from the roof deck through the skylight. It does open very wide, doesn't it? Oh god, okay. I have a really bad habit of that. Present, not A. By Jupiter, is that blood? This bloodstain proves two things. Firstly, when the incident occurred, the skylight of the omnibus was open. And secondly, the victim was already bleeding when he fell through the opening. Oh my. And so it follows that Mr. McGilded, who was inside the enclosed cabin himself at the time, cannot possibly be guilty of this crime.
Hold it!
But the blood could have sprayed up there when the fellow was stabbed inside the cabin. And only found its way to the one particular spot on the skylight. Sure ain't that would be very convenient. And let's keep in mind that the skylight catch can only be unfastened from the roof deck. I myself wouldn't have been able to open it now, would I? But there was no way to know for certain, is there? If the gent really fell through the skylight, I mean. Why don't you have a good look at the floor of the cabin between the two seats, Mr. First? It's all too plain, if you see. There's the aftermath that shows the poor fellow dropped from a faint height right there, so it is. It can't be, it's all lies!
Hold it!
My fellow jury members, I think we can all agree that this is clear proof of the defendant's innocence, can't we? I believe we can, yes, sir. It's clear to me now where the filthy rubbish can be found in this courtroom. So, they thought that they could pull the wool over my eyes, did they? I won't tolerate any of this guild's carriages being sullied with blood. I won't tolerate it. Oh, I always knew that a nice gentleman who gave us that delightful park couldn't have done such a thing. On three then, everyone. 1, 2.
Objection!
Oh, come on. Chilling performance, Mr. McGilded. What would you be referring to there now, Lord Von Zieks? A bloodstain on the frame of the skylight. Such evidence is null and void. What? Why? For one extremely simple reason. That smear of blood never existed.
Objection!
What are you talking about? Oh no! The carriage at the beginning, I know I wasn't seeing things. There was no blood at the very beginning. It only appeared now. It's there for all to see and it's clearly blood.
Objection!
I personally attended Scotland Yard's investigation of the omnibus. The officers involved went over the carriage with a fine-tooth comb. So I can state with absolute surety, no such smear of blood existed in the carriage. At least not until this trial began. So who changed it mid-trial? The girl? Fabricated, my lord. Yes. And while this court has been in session, the only person that can possibly do something like that is literally the girl. What a palaver. I must say, I didn't expect such crude reasoning from a prosecutor of your standing, Lord Von Zieks. scientist McGilded, a fella known all over the capital for his fine contributions to public life. I don't take kindly to slander, and I'll fight it to the bitter end. Even if it's rolling off the tongue of the Reaper of the Bailey. Mr. McGilded. I realize that's your first appearance in court as the accused. However, I am well aware of your involvement behind the scenes in a great many affairs of dubious nature. You're very adept when it comes to avoiding getting your own hands dirty. And each time it happens that the case you're involved is investigated, you adapt the facts. Adapt the facts? What does that even mean? When you wield a fortune the size of Mr. McGilded, however ill-gotten it may be, nothing is impossible. Tampering with evidence, manipulating the scene of a crime, bribing witnesses. I toast your ability to concoct the most convenient of stories, sir. Tut-tut, Lord Van Zieks. This will not do, to be sure. Will it now, counsel? Oh, yeah, no. I think it's fair to say, this does all sound like a rather far-fetched excuse by a desperate man. The blood on the skylight didn't exist, you say? But if you will all cast your minds back, it's not true that the omnibus there had been in the courtroom the entire time. How could anyone possibly have put in a smear of blood in without the world and his wife seeing? Isn't that right now, counsel? It's true. The omnibus had been in full view the entire time the court had been in session. My learned friend. Here's to hearing your opinion on this matter, in your own words. As you wish. Could someone have tampered with the omnibus during this trial? If you're asking me, I think it could have been possible. As a defense lawyer, it's my job to advocate for the defendant as best as I can. But still, I feel as though there's something even more important at stake here. There is no evidence to suggest that the defendant did as my learned friend suggests. However, in terms of having the opportunity to carry out the alleged tampering, there is one possibility. Explain yourself, counsel. Whew. It's getting hot in here, oh Jesus. Yes, there is. It seems my learned Nepalese friend has no intention of running from this deceit. Deceit? I'm sure everyone still remembers clearly. The recess that we were forced to take. As a result of the smoke grenade fired by the witness currently in the stand, Miss Gina Lestrade. You cannot tell me she, like, traded carriages in that time. This girl would be on crack. Bailiff, don't let the accused escape. Secure the omnibus. I hereby call an emergency recess. Yeah, this is all a flashback. The courtroom was filled with smoke and everyone was thrown into confusion. All of us were made to leave this chamber. In that brief interval, under the veil of smoke, in all the chaos, it could have been possible to steal inside the omnibus. That was a turning point. Damn. Let's go. Are you wise? What are you trying to pull, you rotten, feckless gouger? Feckless? Gouger? You're supposed to be defending me. 'Tis a wicked plot. 'Tis a plot to undermine me, so it is.
Objection!
Whatever you think this is, it changes nothing. The facts are all the same. Oh. I accidentally clicked the button. After this courtroom was evacuated earlier as a result of the smoke grenade, a number of inconsistencies materialized in relation to the omnibus. Inconsistencies? Such as? To start with, the storage compartment underneath the rear passenger seat. When the police investigated the omnibus, this compartment was full of the driver's items. Secondly, we have the smear of blood on the edge of the skylight. As I have said, that was not present at the start of the trial this morning. Unfortunately, Lord Van Zieks, no one is able to corroborate your claims. That's true. When the omnibus was first wheeled out, both the storage compartment and the skylight were shut. Accordingly, I'm afraid to say we cannot establish with any certainty if this evidence is the result of tampering or not. Indeed, my lord. No doubt there was not a single person who saw fit to verify such things. What do you think? Sorry? About the omnibus. Is there anything else unusual? The blood on the floor! I have an inkling! The blood on the floor was also... So I knew I wasn't imagining it from... Oh, yes! I'm not going crazy, thank God! I'm not going crazy! The blood on the floor was not there the first time that we looked at this bus! There is one further inconsistency, a mark that surely could not have been present at the start of the trial. The blood on the fucking floor was not there and I saw it. What in the devil's name are you gonna say now? If you did betray me, you little maggot, you better stop watching your back. Silence, Mr. McGilded. The court awaits the defense's clarification. This trial keeps swinging one way and then the other. I have no idea what's the truth and what's deception. What am I supposed to believe here? Whew. I shall have to ask you to elaborate, counsel. The blood on the floor. Where exactly is this alleged mark that you claim appeared at some point during the trial? Can I look at the ground? Yes! It wasn't there. I'm not going crazy. The blood appeared after the smoke. Is something wrong? The bloodstain is so obvious, that's all, and yet Van Zieks has made no mention of it. I suppose that does seem a little strange. Why do I have such a bad feeling about this? Oh, maybe because that's what we're presenting. We got it, yeah! If we consider that the victim fell through the skylight onto the floor of the cabin, you would certainly expect to find signs of blood where he landed. But as far as I can recall, this bloodstain on the cabin floor was not there when the omnibus was first brought into this courtroom. Good lord! I do believe you're correct, counsel. Let's go. Although as advocate for the defense, one might say that was a very careless slip of the tongue. I believe that bloodstain on the floor is a decisive piece of evidence. But if the question is whether that evidence is genuine or whether it was unlawfully fabricated by someone, I feel compelled to admit that there's at least a possibility that the evidence is fake. Got him! This trial is over. Mr. McGilded, I've done everything I possibly can to cooperate with the court, but 'tis all over now. But you're the defendant. 'Tis over, I tell ya. Memory, recollection, what people think they saw, this is all nonsense. Facts are what count, and the fact is that bloodstain is there now. Well... And over the course of this desperate trial, long and extremely drawn out as it has been, that good-for-nothing Reaper of the Bailey has failed to present any decisive evidence at all. I'm scandalized, so I am. I thought better of Lord Van Zieks. Well, my lord, I must concur with the defendant. This unaffirmed recollections of an individual cannot stand as evidence. At this moment in time, the particular bloodstain in question is very much in existence, and in the absence of any credible method by which to prove its alleged previous non-existence, I regret to say that it would be improper for this trial to continue. Your lordship can't be serious. Lord Van Zieks, what is your position? The prosecution, my lord, has no further witnesses or evidence to present. Very well. In that case, as I believe we have explored every possible avenue in this matter, I shall proceed to my adjudication. As a formality, I am of course obliged to confirm with the defense first. What formality? As things stand at the moment, it would seem that Mr. McGilded would be found not guilty. Which would mean we've won. Is that really the right outcome here? Is it really alright for the trial to come to an end now with all these unexplained inconsistencies? Counsel for the defense, your closing statement, please. Yes, my lord. The defense believes... Fuck! I don't... Okay. Okay.
What do I do?
I have to... chat, we're here for the truth. I have to... The truth is what matters. That is what we're fighting for, the truth. I cannot lie just for the sake of winning. I cannot do it. I can't. We do not lie for the sake of winning. We say that the defendant could be guilty because he most certainly could be guilty. Ah! I am here in this courtroom today to advocate for the defense of my client, Mr. McGilded. However, at this moment in time, I cannot in all good conscience attest fully to the defendant's innocence. What are you saying, man? Without any question, there is no conclusive evidence to prove that the defendant is guilty. However, there is also no conclusive evidence to prove that he is innocent. Good gracious me! I have to do it for the truth, all right? The truth is important. This is unprecedented behavior, counsel. A defense lawyer calling the accused innocence into question. Are you of sound mind? Yeah, for Cosima! For Cosima! Oh, 'twas a grand decision to appoint you as my lawyer, so it was a grand decision. What? I must say, I didn't quite expect such an exciting spectacle at the end there, but still. Here, have this for your troubles. Huh? Your job here is done, fella, and some fine work you've done, so you have. What do you mean? 'Tis just as the right honorable gentleman so succinctly put it afore. The trial can't go on anymore. And your closing statement there was, how did he put it now? Nothing more than a formality. happening? I don't know what's happening anymore. The jury doesn't even know. Was the evidence we've seen genuine or was it fake? His lordship would be fuming, and any unsightly rubbish should be disposed of promptly, as I said. The stinking rich are always guilty of something. You, mark my words. I feel terribly ashamed that I ever doubted that lovely man who gave us the lovely park. Now the proceedings have unfolded in this way. I'm compelled to declare a premature end to this trial. Furthermore, the court must accept the defendant's plea. So this doesn't have a finish? I thank you kindly, my lord. I hereby pronounce the verdict of this court.
Objection.
But we still haven't determined if the bloodstain in the omnibus is genuine or not. We don't know if these witnesses are telling the truth or the pack of lies. We have no idea about the truth. Lord Van Zieks, my lord, the case made by the prosecution was flawed and simple. If indeed the omnibus presented as evidence was tampered with, the prosecution is at fault for allowing such a disgraceful perversion of justice to take place. My sincerest apologies, my lord.
Objection.
But wait! When we were evacuated from the courtroom, Lord Van Zieks ordered the evidence to be secured. Oh, now we're defending our vampire boyfriend. I'm afraid the prosecution cannot shun responsibility in this matter. That's so unfair! The culpability of the defendant has not, at the present time, been established by this court. Consequently, the jury will not be required to proffer judgment. Prefer judgment. What? Lord Van Zieks, it's been a pleasure, so it has. And as for you, my dear fella, I couldn't have asked for a better defense. Do you mean to tell me this has all been a grand waste of time? 'Tis the law of the land, my good man. If you'd like to pursue this matter further, you can always go ahead and try and change the law. That's kind of like the point in this whole game so far, is we're trying to change the law. That is what Cosmo wishes for. And we are here to carry out Cosmo's wish. So if we need to change the fucking law, then we are going to change the fucking law, and we are going to get the culprit of this freaking trial in the end, if I have a say in it. Rah! For the boyfriend Cosmo! Good grief. You have more to say to me, have ya? Just one thing. A warning. This is far from over. Well, something to look forward to then. I hereby pronounce the defendant, Mr. Magnus McGilded, not guilty. Woo! Can't believe it. This is an outrage. They should have examined the evidence. What are you talking about? The man's been cleared. He's innocent. With the courtroom in pandemonium for the second time that day, the judge delivered his verdict. At my first ever trial in Great Britain came to an abrupt end, with the defendant being found not guilty, ostensibly a victory for us. Oh. 5:14 p.m. This case started at 9:45 a.m. We've been here all day. This is exhausting. That certainly was a long trial. Yeah, it was. Your first ever trial on foreign soil and your first victory. It was a wonderful performance. My heartfelt congratulations. And to you, Mrs. Sato, thank you for your assistance. I don't know how to feel. I suppose we should be happy. The trouble is, we're still completely in the dark about what actually happened. Well, we didn't have enough time. But isn't it wrong? I mean, who is actually responsible for Mr. Mason's death? We don't even know that. The sole aim of the defense is to obtain a verdict that exonerates the defendant. You carried out your duty to perfection. Aye, that you did. Mr. McGilded. Ah, and that girl is with him too. Well, seems the stories are true. What stories? About the 6 enormous fireworks they do be letting off when there's a verdict of not guilty. I'm sure must have seen them now. Spectacular, wouldn't you say? Definitely. I'd heard it was a sight to behold, and to be sure it was. And I've you to thank, I suppose, for having an opportunity to see it. I don't know about that. I'm not really sure I did anything. What on earth are you saying, fella? How did I walk out of there a free man, then? I don't think it was so much thanks to me as down to your planning. You're a straight-talking fella, aren't you? I say, you had me astray in the head there for once or twice. But you're young and headstrong. 'Tis water under the bridge. Mr. McGilded on having your name cleared. Congratulations. But nothing's resolved. There's only one thing that matters to me. Aye. They've all seen that I didn't do this odious and abstinent deed. 'Tis grand, is it not? Suppose it is. Now the fine fellows of Scotland Yard can take matters in hand and sort out any wee details. They'll see it for what it is. They'll get to the truth. I've absolute faith in them, so I have, after all. I do be providing a good number of their wages with all the taxes I pay. It's not that funny. So then, as we agreed aforehand, 1,000 Guinness for your troubles, fella. I couldn't possibly accept that much. All right, but well, you're a humble people, are you? You from the East? Well, if you insist. But have this, still and all. You deserve a reward. Mr. Magnus McGilded. Everything is ready, sir. You'd like to follow me into the courtroom? If you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. Into the courtroom? What's this, officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe. I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There was some changes to the schedule. Well, I must be making tracks now. 'Tis time for the inspection. Sorry, what inspection? They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if you could be present for it myself. They're going to examine it again now? Oh, thank you so much, Anubisite, for the 100 bits. I'm glad you enjoyed the content. Means a lot, fam. Naturally, I'm under no obligation to take part in any more of this matter now. But as an upstanding member of London society, I do be doing my best to help where I can. 'Tis a gentleman's duty, so it is. So then, fare thee well. 'Twas an absolute pleasure meeting yous. I hope you have a whale of a time while you're studying here, Great Britain. He's guilty of something, I just don't know what he's guilty of. It's a little bit sus. I think that he hired the girl to tamper with the evidence because, he already accepted the fact that he had relations to the girl and was working with her during this crime. So that leads me to believe that they are working together more. And considering we just left the trial and the girl is still hanging out with Mr. McGilded, leads me to believe that they're still working together. Yeah. I forgot she was here too. Oh God, come on, is this necessary? Who allows this? Don't move. Whereas I want to say get a move on. She really does take forever to load that thing. Miss Lestrade, would you mind putting that thing down? You're a grown-up. Sorry. And I ain't all grown-ups. Hello? Naughty, naughty. Running off like that. Is this some kind of picnic? Who's this little girl? And taking that with you as well? I was looking forward to that trial run of my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Oh, do you want to play? You won't beat— What the fuck? You have one too? What the shit? Why is this the same shit that comes out of Herlock Sholmes? I don't understand. Like, the symbol is the same on all these weapons. Why? They all wield the same shit. Why? Excuse me, but who are you? Oh, good day to you. I'm, well, the inventor, I suppose, of that machine. The inventor. Well, normally, smoke grenades are so dull, don't you agree? White, white, and more white. If you have to be shrouded in smoke, it could at least be a pretty color, I thought to myself. Do we have to be shrouded in smoke, though? At all? I just took my eyes off of it for a moment whilst I was changing onto a different omnibus, and she pitched it. Luckily, I fitted it with a telegraphic beacon. What? I have no idea what this girl is talking about. Anyway, you're coming with me now, back to my laboratory. Okay, so maybe Gina wasn't hired by Mr. McGill or whatever. Okay, never mind, scratch that theory. What for? Oh, to apologize, of course, silly, to my technician. Oh, what, you mean, say sorry? You must say sorry when you've done something wrong. Surely an adult has told you that before. An adult? I don't listen to it, no adults. Oh, come along then, follow me. Fine, have it your way. Oh, good, you see, I knew you wanted to do the right thing in the end. I'm fairly sure that what she wants is not to get shot by that massive gun. We'll be leaving now then. Bye-bye. I'm so sorry for all the fuss. She was a lively one. Okay. What do you think? Perhaps we ought to be on our way now too? Yeah, you're right. But we haven't had time to find a place to stay. No sooner had we arrived in London than we had to rush here. All our traveling cases are still with the bailiff. I was originally planning to spend today in search of lodgings, but at this late hour in the day, I'm afraid we might be out of luck. Don't worry though, I have a plan. If the worst comes to worst, I've heard of a lovely park where we could spend the night. Please tell me you're not thinking of McGilded Park. I know it may be a little chilly at this time of year, but our youthfulness will see us through. I'm not so sure about that. Oh, I think a midwinter London night will freeze a young person solid just as easily as an elderly one. Oh dear, that doesn't sound agreeable. She's gonna cry. Are you really giving me the puppy dog eyes right now? Bitch, I don't care about your puppy dog eyes. That shit does not work on me. You can cry all you want. I don't care. Now I'm starting to regret turning Mr. McGilded down. That 1,000 Guinness would have paid for a lovely warm room or a mansion. And so, the trial to determine my worthiness for the study tour was over by the end of our first day in London. However, as we were soon to learn, there were more trying times ahead. Just as the Reaper of the Bailey had warned. The case was far from over. Shit.
What's going on? Get the fire brigade! Water! Bring water, quick! What the? How did this happen?
I don't know, sir. By the time I got here, it was already engulfed.
What's happening?
No one was supposed to be allowed in here before we started investigating.
What the fuck? There's someone locked inside. Oh my god, is Mr. McGinney inside? Is he getting...
There's someone in there.
This can't be.
Oh, hot vampire boyfriend. End? It just ends like that. You what, mate? But now I gotta leave. I gotta go on a podcast. This ain't fair. I want to keep playing. This game is so fucking addicting. Fuck this game. I have to go, chat. I have a podcast I'm gonna be on. What the shit? Anyway, speaking of said podcasts, I'm just gonna go host them right